Paulsen Taimanov line, as we used to say. Well, it has been played like that, f7, f5, but he had his bishop on b7, so he had no difficulties to defend d7 by playing just bishop c6. And in this case, white may just build up some pressure on d-file. I don't know if white can, well, just play rook t1 immediately maybe. And black's gonna find it hard to castle, because d7 is going to be hanging. And of course as well, other option is just to take and pass on f6, knight f6, and then once again the tension is still present, because black has, well, nice formation in the center, but sometimes it's just hard to move those pawns. So, you know, like d7 is sort of a backward pawn, so a sort of weak one. If you move d7 to d5, then e6 is going to be weak, and it goes on and on. So knight no, f5. No, I thought knight e7 is going to be played, but f5. So this time I'm wondering what's going to be Katerina's choice. Well, I'd say from my feeling, somehow ef6, knight f6 has to be fine for black. Anyway, I mean, nevertheless, the d7, e6, I said sort of weak, but well, black's going to be harmonically developed, and a lot of chances, let's say, to get to simplifications in draw in this case. For instance, white, well, just for a second, okay, white plays bishop d4, bishop e7, some rook d1, castle short, and if white takes on f6, black takes back with the bishop, queen d7, takes there, black can take the c3 or play b4, and it leads to simplifications, and possibly even after b4 black may have chance to think of something more than just equalizing. Yeah, so ef6, knight f6 seems to be fine for black. So possibly white's chances are, well, white has better chances to find for advantage, thus keeping the structure as it is, not taking on f6. Also, it's time consuming to play f7, f5, so it means black just one more step behind to make a castle. So white may have think of, well, trying to, well, white may think of to try to do something on queen side. Well, I don't know if something brutal is possible. I just thought that, okay, a4, black has to react with b4, I guess, because, well, bishop b4 is a bit, no, bishop b4 is just bad. Okay, I'm taking b5 and threatening to take on a6 intermediate. So a4, b4, and, well, the move I thought is actually knight b5. I don't know if it can be possible, because the idea of this move comes actually from the other opening, that there is one sharp line in Nimzo Indian where black uses this motive by playing a5, and when white answers b5, the knight just jumps to b4. So in our position with colors reversed, I'm trying to implement the same idea. So I don't know if black is forced to take, but somehow knight is heading to d6, so it's sort of unpleasant. And if black takes on b5, ab5, and then, well, I'm not quite sure, but with black being so undeveloped, this b-pawn is, well, this b-pawn might be a real threat. So at the moment white is threatening rook a7, and, well, okay, in case of rook p8, for instance, rook p8, now rook a7 is answered with queen b5, but, well, I'm just continuing with b6, and still, once again, I'm threatening rook a7. Well, in case of knight e7, for instance, rook a7, queen d5, and, well, possibly white can do something with this pawn. I'm not quite sure, but, well, not likely, actually. Yeah, now I'm starting to understand. Yeah, knight goes to c6, and it's probably not enough. But anyway, one day it might be the case. One day it might be the case, this sacrifice. ab5, ab5. Well, maybe if I'll be white, maybe I have to try to try a bit different approach, just not to move this pawn from b5. But then I cannot support it. Yeah, probably the whole idea is not good, but anyway, nice to know it exists. So just some rook d1, but then black of course answers with knight e7, and then black is ready to play b4 and to settle the knight on d5. So tough choice for white then, because it's really crucial. I mean, it's defining the structure. So well, I feel like I'm done with this one, and well, so let's examine the last game remaining, Muminova versus Zhao Xu, and then we going to be off for a break. So at the moment, let's find out the last remaining game. Nafisa Muminova versus Zhao Xu of China, and well, classical Ray Lopez or Spanish opening, if you like. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop B5, F6. Bishop moves, knight F6, and then D3. So a lot of various closed Spanish nowadays. I mean, with D3 on practically on every move is widely played. Knight F3, and the point of playing D3 here, as far as I know, is sometimes white wants to delay the castle. Okay, that's not the case in our game, but okay, let me describe it a little bit. Okay, d3, if black plays even after d6. So what's possible? Why actually white plays d3 before castle, trying to bring this knight from b1 to g3, which is well very often the case in Ray Lopez. So knight d2, knight f1, knight g3, and then castle, and trying to sort of save a tempo on rook f1 to e1. Well, the other white's concern about playing castle might have been an open variation, with starting with knight take e4. But I'm not sure if Chinese player does this, but it might have been white's concern to not to castle but to play d3 immediately. So d3, d6, and then it's interesting. White is playing c2, c4. So another possible way, of course, and the point being, white wants to develop. And well, we shall see in the game. Knight e7, h3, preventing bishop g4, castle, bishop e3, and if black stays, well, if black doesn't pay attention to this one, if black just develops somehow. So white's plan is to play knight c3 and then later promote d3, d4, and well, getting sort of King's Indian structure. So black decided to keep it flexible, to move the knight to b8. So well, sort of idea similar to Breyer variation actually. So black spends some tempi, but it's not exactly clear if it's a loss of a tempo, because white defined her position pretty much, right? Also, white, we can blame white for playing bishop b5 and bishop a4. So in this particular position, perhaps it's not the best square for the bishop. So knight b4 is, well, an interesting move. Knight c3, c7, c6, keeping it flexible, preparing b5. Bishop c2, b5 played. Castle, knight d7, a3, bishop b7. Well, and once again, having difficulties to name black's setup, because it's not exactly Breyer variation, but well, also it looks similar. It looks similar to Philidor's, but as well in Philidor, well, Hanem line, right? In Philidor with bishop e7, knight bd7. But once again, in Philidor, white has his pawn on d4. So with pawn on d3, it's a bit different. But to be honest, I don't see much of other plans apart from sooner or later playing d3, d4. Not much of another plans for white. And well, I'd say I'm having difficulties commenting on this one. So bishop bishop c1 is really surprising. I don't know what's that. Well, really, I mean, bishop c1 is... Well, it's too deep for me. I'd say... Well... no, no, I mean, it's really hard to say, but... Well, it's sort of prophylactics. No, I'm getting the point. I'm getting the point, right? So, my idea, for instance, would have been b2, b4, cutting some space and preparing to meet d5 with c5. But in this particular position, c5 is not possible because d4 forks a light piece there. Yeah, so bishop c1. Although I don't believe it's a good move. But the idea behind this move, that in case of d6, d5, now white is planning to take on d5 and take on b5, possibly, sort of winning the pawn, right? But I'm very much certain that black's compensation in this case, after say d5, d4, is more than enough. It's more than enough, yeah. Then white, well, I mean. Oh well, white is not even winning the pawn. No, I thought white can take on a6 intermediate, but in this case, intermediate move ba6 is made with same intermediate. Bishop takes f3, attacking the queen, so white just loses the piece in this case. So that means, well, I mean, maybe it's still the idea of white player to play bishop c1, so she might have just had blundered this one. So anyway, for black, this d5 looks just safe and sound, and I can safely say that black, well, already after, if white goes for moves like that, like bishop c1, it just means that black already comfortably equalized, and after d5, it might be already more pleasant for black. So, and if you look at Zhao, she's looking surprised as well with such a move. Well, I've seen few of her press conferences, and well, she's not taking it too serious. She's not taking it too serious. So she's a little bit skeptic sometimes about her opponent's moves. So we shall see how this one going to develop. But once again, I'd say so far it's the most surprising move we saw. Well, so I guess it's a nice moment to make a break then, and we're going to be back, and after that going to be back home. First of all, of course, I'm pretty much interested to see how those two nice defense is going to be played next. So coming back to Kostinjuk, but now we have a break, roughly 5 minutes. So stay tuned. We'll be back.
In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Dzagnidze certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship Under 12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships Under 18 and Under 20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian Grandmaster won convincingly the Jermuk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix editions. In a world where people are bending backwards to lay hands on fame and glory, fewer are those adopting a slightly different attitude. Such a rare example is the 22-year-old Olga, a woman grandmaster in chess. If one believes that there is an error on her FIDE page, because surely she should hold an IM title, here's the news: there is no mistake. Not because she doesn't have the norms, the rating, or the strength. The Russian talent simply chose to focus her attention and energy onto chess, for the sake of chess, neglecting the bureaucratic formalities. Such a process-oriented player, as opposed to the result-driven ones, cannot stay in the backseat for long. Olga eclipsed her rivals in 2009, when she grabbed both the European and the world titles in her under-18 age group. In 2013, she entered the strong and very much feared Russian women team, helping her colleagues to claim bronze in the World Championship and silver in the European one. Born in the heart of Russia, in Langepas, Olga will try to prove that the term home advantage can be successfully applied to chess. Although her city of origin is rather far for Western standards, the 545 kilometers east of Khanty Mansiysk is just next door for the Russian norms. Together with her home supporters, we will all witness the charming and kind Olga turning into a merciless opponent over the board. The Chinese prodigy Hou Yifan made the headlines with dozens of different occasions, her incredible potential being discovered back in 1997 when she was only 3. Yifan's father remarked the fascination his daughter displayed towards a chess set made of glass, and it was not long after the headstone has been set. In just a few weeks' time, the little girl started to defeat her father, and by the age of 9, the chief coach of the Chinese national teams, Ye Zhanquan, recognized in her an exceptional genius. To meet her family and trainers' expectations, Yifan started to break one record after another. At the age of 12, she became the youngest player ever to participate in the FIDE Women World Championship in 2006 and in the Chess Olympiad in Torino. Remarkable is her jump in just 2 months' time. Between April and July 2006 FIDE rating lists, she made an impressive leap of 190 rating points, moving from 2298 to 2488. In 2007, she was China's youngest national women champion, and by the age of 14, she was already the youngest female grandmaster ever. But the highlight came in 2010, as Hou Yifan became the youngest, again, women world chess champion in history, by winning the title in Turkey at the age of 16. By the age of 18, Yifan accomplished enough to fill in many other players' CVs taken together. In the World Women's Championship 2012, held by knockout system in Khanty Mansiysk, Hou Yifan lost her champion's title. However, as the winner of Grand Prix 2011-2012, she got a right to play a match with the new champion Anu Shenina. She won the match held in China in 7 games with 5.5 on 1.5 score and regained her title. And yet, the question remains whether the current women world champion will surpass Judith Polgar too, establishing her name on the men list, just like Polgar. Perhaps this day is not far away, as the Chinese proved in several occasions that It was a twist of fate that enriched the chess scenes with one of the biggest Russian and worldwide talents. On the way back home from dance classes, Tatiana and her sister Nadezhda were lured inside the chess club's four walls. Everyone knows what happened next. The two Kasintsevas became inseparable ever since, heading straight to the top of the tree, seizing left and right titles, prizes, medals, glory. With full steam ahead, Tatiana soon became a fearsome competitor at the top level of junior chess, winning the gold medal in the Under-10 European Championship in 1996. Her resounding performance few years later, when Tatiana won the Russian Women's Championship in 2002, promoted her to the Russian Olympic team, where she was far from disappointing her captain, scoring an incredible 11 out of 12 in 2002 Olympiad. Since then, she became one of the key weapons of the Russians in the following 5 Olympiads, especially in 2010, when she helped her team to victory, producing a gold medal on her top board as well. But the best results in her panoply must be considered the 2 triumphs in the European Women's Championships in 2007 and 2009, as well as the victory in the 2010 Grand Prix in Nalchik, which pushed her up to a remarkable 2581 rating peak. In spite of playing less than before and of some drawbacks in her career, Tatiana is undoubtedly going to strike back, and few would be surprised if she will achieve even greater results in the near future.
Welcome back for a live coverage of a second round. Once again, I'm reminding you it's Women's FIDE Grand Prix, 4th leg in Khanty, Mansiysk, Russia. Second round is in progress. Once again, referring the first round, so White has a tremendous nomination, so we shall see today if this one's going to continue like that. Well, and our screen, a game between 2 Russians. Tatiana Kasintseva is black against Alexandra Kostyniuk. So that's a position on a board, and I have to say, since we've been there, that was roughly an hour ago, only 3 moves been made. So this is really means both of them are out of their book, and well, the position is really very much complicated already. So, bishop d3 in 2 knights defense. So bishop d3, as I said, well, so this move is a sort of new one and gaining popularity. So knight d5 and h4. So a really creative play. h4, knight f4, bishop f1. Well, this is interesting. Bishop f1, and well, pardon me, bishop f1, h6, knight e4, knight e6. Well, I'm not quite sure why knight e6 had to be played. Well, because normally, of course, White would like to play something like a5, f5. But I don't know what was wrong with this one. f5. I'm just wondering if White has any strong moves against this. d4 doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, I thought maybe some d4, some sharp lines. So I mean, here it doesn't seem to be good for White. Check on h5, but Black just plays king e7, d7, whatever. Yeah, keeps the extra piece. Maybe d7 is more precise. Maybe king d7. So, well, f5 looks just fine. I don't know what was what was wrong with this one. Anyway, knight e6 has been played. This, of course, slows a bit white's black's counterplay. So knight e6. f5 is still not possible, but Alexandra decided she has to play knight g3. So knight g3, once again stopping f5 for a long while. This is going to be interesting. Well, it's black to move. I don't know what to do with black. So basically, still black would like to promote f7, f5 somehow. There is a possibility to play g6 maybe. I don't know. Okay, one has to count on a g6 f5, but then apart from really crazy looking f7 f5 at once, sacrificing other pawn, and then possibly playing f4. Yeah, that'll be crazy sharp. I mean, it's crazy sharp. At f4, so queen h5, bishop g7, knight f5, then. Well, maybe it's not enough. I'm not sure. Yeah, but I mean, apart from committing position too much, so on h5, black has g5. So g5 might be not that bad if black will manage to establish control on f5 later on. So I'd say bishop d3, and then possibly knight f4. Bishop e4, and then somehow, if black's going to manage to take control on f5, possibly by just developing the bishop c5, and then castle short and playing f5 eventually, might be okay for black. But well, the other possibilities, maybe to try to play bishop c5 at once again, bishop c5 castle and then f5. Yeah, so h2, h4, this move, h2, h4, actually commits white's kingside pretty much, so I can't see white making a short castle anymore. So, well, the other option, again, once again, a little bit more slower, but quite possible as well, is to play h5 here. h5, trying to switch to really to positional play. h5, g6, putting the bishop to g7 possibly, to have more influence in the center. Let's say white develops somehow, knight c3, some irrelevant developing moves. So g7, g6, putting the bishop on g7, castling short, and okay, somehow setting the formation in the center, so white will have difficulties to break with d4, f4. And this knight on g3 is going to be a bit restricted. And knight on e6 is very well placed. And this h4 pawn might be a little bit weak. So h5, and of course if white takes on h5, which is, well, possible, but it just gives black more time to develop her initiative. So in this case a5 might follow. Then, okay, this extra pawn for white is not for long actually. Will fall one day, this h4 pawn. Okay, black can take it immediately by playing g6 or h4, but maybe black just can try to play f5. I mean, playing for initiative, not trying to get the material back soon. So h5 is quite possible as well. Well, from other possibilities, bishop e7 comes into my mind. Not really looking to take on h4, but just developing. So bishop e7, castle short, and once black's going to be able to play f5, well, he'll get very comfortable position. So, but this particular game develops very slowly, and of course takes a lot of effort, a lot of energy from both players to play such a creative opening moves. Well, meanwhile, Tatiana is thinking, and I think it's a nice time to speak about the overall stage, overall well, overall situation in a Grand Prix series. Grand Prix series 2013-2014, and what's going on there. So to speak a bit about the system for those who doesn't know, and well, to describe the current situation and who is looking for what in this tournament. So I hope we're going to see the cross table after 3 legs. Once again, I'm reminding that's a 4th leg of Grand Prix, and well, so we shall see the graphics soon, and I'll describe what's going on there. So you can see all the players who are taking part in 2013-2014 Grand Prix series, and well, the farthest right column is the result counted on best 3. So the system is like that. Every player should take part in 4 tournaments out of 6 which are planned, and well, out of those 4 results, only best 3 counts. So as you can see, the best situation so far is for Hampi Konero of India, who is not playing in this particular leg. So she played 2 tournaments, and in both she had convincing win. So 2 first places for Hampi Konero. Then right next to her is Georgian Bella Hotinashvili, who's also absent here. But well, so Bella convincingly won the first tournament she played in Geneva last year. Then, well, had not the best result in Dilijan in Armenia. She took the clear last, but with this system, with best 3 out of 4, it's still possible for her to perform a good overall result. So in Tashkent, she's been well, second, I guess. Yeah, shared second. So on those two, which is going to be counted, and with 1 more leg for her to play, she's also fighting for the first place. And then players who are playing there. So Anna Muzichuk with 2 second places in Geneva, clear second in Geneva, and shared second in Dilijan. She's placed number 3, and as well, probably Anna Muzichuk is the only one who can compete from those who is playing. And well, for a second, for 1 more second, we're going to stay here just to, okay, graphics is off. I just wanted to point out that Hou Yifan, despite her not very good result in a first leg she played, she's still in fight even for a first place. But to do so, she has to win all the 3 tournaments remaining for her. All 3 tournaments remaining for her, she has to win. So starting from this particular one, so of course she's going to look for a first tournament victory during this tournament. And of course, so far the situation looks very good for her. So scoring a nice win against Kosintseva in the first round. But of course, it's far from being clear what's going to happen. Well, and okay, after first victory, now she's playing. Okay, but once again, I'm back to Hou Yifan, to world champion. Now she's playing against Batchimek Tuvshintuks of Mongolia, and well, we saw something here, right? Knight f3, h6, bishop h4. So that's what we saw. And as I said, it's too dangerous. It was too dangerous to accept the pawn sacrifice by playing g5. So g5. Well, it's not exactly pawn sacrifice. I'm just realizing this. In this moment, white can take on e6. Yeah, that's right. But even if white doesn't, I mean, just plays bishop g3. I mean, even in this case, this pawn sacrifice, acceptance of this pawn sacrifice is fairly dangerous for black. So it's no wonder Hou decided she's not going for this. Instead, she played knight b6. And still, I'd say this pawn sacrifice was still on, so I'm not sure if it was not the most principled. Not sure if that was not the most principled continuation to play something like castle long Oh, sorry, castle short. And if black goes for it, if black takes this one, it still looks like white's gonna have an interesting play here. Well, let me think how to execute it properly. Maybe just by playing queen c2 and setting a rook on d5. So bishop sooner or later is going to be retreated to g3. And, well, somehow black is not very much comfortable. Yes, black is not very much comfortable there. Well, instead white took on e6, bishop e6. Then c4 is, well, it's not really hanging. Once again, at the moment, white can take on c4 and give queen a4 check. But, well, anyway, this knight d2 is on white's agenda to relocate this knight. So knight d2 is just fine. And then castle long. a4 and d5. So a4, and of course black has to react. Otherwise, if white manages to get a4, a5, it's going to be a dangerous situation. So it's really a clash in the center after d5. Well, I'd say it looks like white is a little bit undeveloped. White faces this opening of a center being a little bit undeveloped. So if white would have castled already and possibly played something like bishop g3, so there might be some sacrifices might be possible. But here white has to be careful not to run under some unpleasant attack. I mean, in case of cd5, for instance, don't know which piece is going to take, but even rook d5 seems interesting. Yeah, exactly, rook d5, then followed by rook d1, and yeah, white looks really in a bad shape here. Yes, that's right. Yeah, d5. So white had to choose modest queen e2, and now it's a question how to judge the position after massive exchanges on c4, which are really likely to happen. I mean, probably knight's gonna take c4. I don't know if black can wait with this, because normally, of course, black would prefer to wait one move and then, if white plays a5, then to go for this exchange. But even if black doesn't, if black takes immediately there, pawn takes, bishop takes, then, well, take c4, play g5 to unpin the knight, and then to jump on it, then to jump with the knight on e4. Black seems to be in a very good shape here, because, well, castle is, I'm not sure if castle is possible actually. That's an interesting question. I mean, white cannot stay without a castle for long, right? So, and if white castles, there are few possible ways. Okay, first of all, knight d2. Knight d2. Of course, white's gonna give intermediate check there. But position after, say, queen d7 is, well, looks favorable for black. Rook takes, and this knight is really nicely placed. Knight is going to return to c4, and, well, black's going to possess the d file. Well, so even this one looks acceptable for black. But after castle, maybe even more stronger is h6, h5. Not only threatening to trap the bishop, but also setting control over g4 square. So black has two threats. So this g4 is now under control. Oh, well, okay, yellow g4 is under control. So h4 is the threat, and then knight d2 as well as the threat. So in case of f3, for example, knight d2 wins in exchange because g4 is defended. So this one is not an option for white. So that means, yeah, that it looks quite promising. So take c4. Yeah, it's actually, after knight c4, it's actually interesting if white can do anything else. I mean, knight c4, bishop c4, bishop c4, and white is not in time to take. I thought white could have taken on f6, I mean intermediate, but then of course queen e6 is coming, and then Okay, queen is attacked and black takes on f6 next move. So intermediate bishop f6 is not possible. White has to take c4, and then this one looks practically forced. So g5, bishop g3, knight e4. Black looks very comfortable in this case. Still h6, h5 is still a threat. 6 h5 is still a threat, and okay, c3 is a little bit weak, and I don't see a real counterplay for white. Yeah, though that's gonna be unpleasant for Mongolian player if how he fine goes for it. So well, that's a current situation on the board, and how Fine is about to decide which move to make. Now I'm still wondering if there is anything else for white. Okay, knight takes. Well, it's still possible to take, maybe not to take the pawn, but doesn't make much of a sense. So then in this case, white has to retreat with the bishop. I mean, if white doesn't want to play bishop c4, white has to retreat with the bishop, but this one somehow looks dubious. Well, once again, g5 can be easily played. Bishop g3, and then, well, bishop d5 is answered with bishop f5 check at least, so white is not worse in this case. Yeah, maybe that's the way to play for white. But still, it's an extra pawn for black, and some knight d5, followed by possibly by f7, f5. Yeah, still, black is not worse than anyway. Black has no problem at all, and will be looking for a way to get the advantage. But okay, so let us switch to some other game. So I wonder what's going on in Stefanova Oshenina game. So, well, as I said, principal rivals, and we can see Stefanova leaving the board. So both players are actually not at the board at the moment. That is clear that Antonetta just made the move. Yeah, that's right. Well, so it developed a little bit further. Knight e8 we saw, and knight b3. Then, okay, black, instead of playing c5, black went for a5. I'm not actually sure about the quality of this move, because still white continues with her plan, bishop e3, and black even didn't play a5, a4, but I mean it leads nowhere probably. Yes, a4, knight goes to c1, and in case of a3, white just gonna move the pawn. I'm not sure if b3 or b4 should be the move for white, but even b4, maybe it's gonna stop c5. So b6, knight d3. And once again, if black goes for c5, well, I'm not sure. Okay, knight c7. Yeah, then knight c7 was played. Knight c1, c5 this time. Knight d3, c takes, and knight b6. Knight b6. Well, okay, so knight is heading to c4, that's obvious. Now it depends on a... I mean, depends if one can force an exchange of black's bishops. So most probably white is gonna play knight f4. So I mean, knight b6 is heading to c4. First of all, of course, you should be considering something like b2, b3 to stop this. But in this case, after b pawn is moved, and as we all know, pawns are not moving back. Yeah, so those two, a3 and a3 and c3 becoming rather weak, and black has exactly the piece which which is looking to get to c3 or a3, to namely knight on c7. So knight's gonna play, black's gonna play knight b5 and then landing the knight on a3, c3 somewhere. And okay, so this b3 is sort of compromises white's queen side. And on the other hand, if, well, just imagine, we once again, we make some seemingly irrelevant move, like h2, h3. So in case of knight c4, bishop c1, well, indeed, black landed her knight to c4, but doesn't seem to be to bring much for black. Well, possibly there is something. Yeah, right. Black's gonna continue with knight b5, trying to pressurize d4 a little bit. Yeah, so white has to react. Well, knight f4, of course, the most natural. Knight f4, and then if black gives the bishop, like bishop f3, knight c4, then okay, bishop goes back to c1, as I said, and slowly but surely, well, we can see at the funny moment at the camera view. So two Anastasias, Karlovich from a press center and Anastasia Sorokina are charming arbiter. So they're also discussing something, and I believe they're also discussing the games. So, nice view. So Osenina just made her knight b6 and once again leaves the playing hall, so back to chess. And as I said, if black gives away the bishop on f3 and then plays knight e4, so after bishop c1, well, it's not that easy for black to get counterplay. Once again, knight b5 is possible, but white slowly but surely is going to defend. Well, and actually after black keeps away the bishop, now it might be possible to play like that. a4, I mean, chasing a bit those knight. a4, well, I would be thinking about knight a7 to bring knight to c6. Then b3, knight b6, and this knight turns to be rather restricted there by b3 pawn. So knight is not very well placed, and white with in possession of two bishops might be switching flanks here and there. So maybe white's gonna play now for a queenside initiative as well. Knight d3, and well, heading to c5 possibly. And as well, it's always on the plan with queenside pawns, kingside pawns roll after moving the bishop and some f4, and pawn's gonna be rolling like f4, g4, f5. So well, all the above just illustrate that black has to be a little bit more accurate about this bishop, and of course not to give it for free, but just to play bishop g4. And white might find it hard. White might find it hard to exchange this bishop. So in case of h3, for instance, bishop comes back to f5. Then in case of knight d2, preventing knight c4, and as well planning after g4 still to force exchange of this bishop, black may even think about playing h7, h6 and hiding the bishop on h7 after g4. So bishop h7, still the bishop from h7 works nicely. Well, keeping some squares. Well, it will be not that easy for black as well, because now the knight is not arriving on c4 easily. So all in all, pretty much complicated strategical battle. Well, so far the only advantage Stefanova can claim is an advantage in time. So Osenina's clock is down to 35 minutes, and it's 25 more moves to be made till time control. And well, the time limit is not so easy actually. I thought it's going to be somehow. I didn't pay attention at the program of the tournament and thought it's going to be an addition of 1 hour after the time control, but they got only half an hour increments, so that means the rate of play is much faster than the same men's candidates. So knight f4 indeed was played. Bishop g4 I expect to be Osenina's move, and then well, I wonder if white can try to force an exchange of this bishop. I mean, by playing h3, g4, bishop e4, and then just by moving the knight to d2, so I mean changing those bishops. Bishop takes and, well, the king takes. But still, with black's kingside pawn structure, so those pawns are at their places, so that's the, let's say, the most solid position, so no, not compromise the black pawn structure is on the king side. White's gonna find it hard to find any targets there. So, I mean, the whole plan with marching with pawns, I mean, it's quite long and still leads nowhere seemingly. So in this case, still something like knight e3 and then f2, f4 later on is possible, but black's gonna have some time to organize counterplay. Yes, indeed, bishop f4 has been bishop g4 has been played, and well, we shall see soon. We shall see soon what white is planning to do. So my guess would be still h3 is needed, and after bishop f5, yeah, that's possibly gonna be the way to play. So knight d2, now sort of threatening to play g4. And as I said, if in case of h6, g4, bishop h7, then possibly switching the play. I don't know if I just thought maybe after h6, g4 is not needed, because, well, not to define the position too much. Maybe white can switch to some queenside actions by playing bishop f1. The modest move. Okay, so far we see h3 is played, bishop f5, immediate response from Oshanina, and now it's a key moment. If knight d2 or g4. Still, I don't see white playing b2, b3, otherwise knight is coming to c4. So, not a lot of options for white. Stefanova has to do something with this bishop on f5, otherwise it's really, well, yes. And knight d2, as I said, now g4 is sort of a threat, so, well, it's highly possible black's gonna be playing h7, h6. Okay, I believe it's gonna take some time for Oshanina to decide, because it's still an option. It's still an option to make some move. Let's say a5, a4. I'm not sure if it's a good move, but just to pass the move to white. Then after h4, bishop g4, still not the end of the world. I mean, knight takes g6, and even f takes g6 is possible, making this rook work. White is also fighting for a f4 square. So now black is, well, sort of threatening to play bishop g5 to change dark squared bishops. White is practically forced to play f4, and then maybe black has g5 here. So in this case, it's, once again, it changes position a lot and going to be pretty sharp, but maybe it's just fine for black. So I'm not sure. After all, I'm not sure if black has to play h6 in this position, if black has to play h6. So it's really something for Oshanina to think about. So meanwhile, we are switching to some other game, and, well, I'm really curious about the game of Nana Dzagnidze versus Anna Muzychuk, just to see how this whole Petrosian variation thing developed. So I'm moving to Dzagnidze with Muzychuk. Yes, and they progress pretty much. So queen a4, knight d7, knight e5, as I said. Knight e5. So, yeah, for those who are following us from the first hour, I don't know if you remember, we were discussing if c5 is possible, but okay, black chose a different approach. Black just took on c3 and played bishop d6. So practically forcing white to decide something about this knight on e4. Well, there was a possibility to take on, to play knight c6, but then sooner or later this knight has to go. Don't know which move black would be making there. don't know if queen f6 is fine. But even queen c8, okay. I mean, after e4, a6, black is already threatening b6, b5. So white is sort of not in time. So bishop d6, and white just took on d7, but to be honest, I don't believe in anything here. So king takes d7, and white is not even in time to build up a center. So white plays f3, black responded with f5, fighting for, once again, I've already mentioned this, the only square normally you should fight for in Queen's Indian is an e4 square. So e3, c5, bishop d3. So black is, well, black is just fine. So, and rook f8. This somewhat mysterious move. So in case of e4, fe4, fe4, black's already gonna have a rook on an open file. White played a3, a4, and the other idea of rook h8 to f8 was to defend f5 square, to f5 pawn, and to make e6, e5 break, which Anna just played to make it possible. So e5. Well, once again, I'm stressing this, that black has to be fine there. Not sure if black may hope for any advantage, but definitely shouldn't be any problem for black. I'm wondering what actually white has to do there. So it's more or less clear to take either e5 or c5 is not really sufficient for white. But at the same time, if black takes twice on d4, so once again, this isolated pawn is, well, a bit of a weakness. So normally a5 is a3, a4 is called to play a4, a5. So let me try a4, a5. I assume black is gonna take on d4. Don't know in which order, but seems not really relevant. Takes, and then, well, okay. I mean, it's hard to really hope to play for a win for both players. So I'm just thinking if black has to give this check on e8, probably not. Yeah, it's gonna run at the bishop b5, and king f2 is still somewhat on well, let's say something white should be looking at. So, well, possibly g6 just to free the rook to defend on f5. Well, something like g6. And I don't see much of a danger for black here. Black's gonna have a nice outpost for the bishop on d5. By the way, maybe, I mean, why I don't like to play bishop d5 here is the fact that after ab5, ab6, ab6, taking on a8, black's gonna have to take with the bishop. Okay, still no big thing, of course. Black is absolutely fine, but maybe g6 is even stronger. Well, ab5 doesn't seem to me to be a good move, so maybe a6 is a possibility. But still, after bishop d5, black has no problem whatsoever. Black has no trouble, and well, it's actually, I believe it's actually white who has to be careful. Actually, it's white who has to be careful there. So e5 is just a nice little move, and well, we can safely say black has completely equalized, if well, to keep it mildly. So possibly black is just well, I mean, black is just looking to take initiative there. And well, situation on the clock is it's a little bit less time for Nana Dzagnidze, but the position is not that much complicated, and if I believe still white should be able to equalize with a precise play. Just, well, the thing is that sometimes you just don't really feel the moment when you have to give away all your aggressive intentions and just concentrate, especially playing with white. I mean, because sort of you've been taught from a childhood you have to find for an opening advantage. You have to find some play, and sometimes you're just missing this moment when, okay, it's clear you got nothing, and you just have to accept the fact that you have to play for a draw. So more or less clear with this one. Yeah, so I'd offer to switch to something else, and well, Katerina Lagnovis, Olga Kira, yeah, this Pauls and Sicilian. Let's check what goes on here. Well, yeah, we left girls there. So after Queen D3, Black played F7, F5, setting control on E4, and indeed, Lagno decided not to take on F6 but to play A4. And after B4, okay, this crazy knight B5 I was offering. Of course, it's very easy to sacrifice pieces when you're not playing. So that's the reason why. So knight B5 we already mentioned it. It doesn't work because of well actually it's not that easy. I mean, it doesn't work because of rook B8 attacking B5, and after B6 knight E7, Black is bringing knight to C6. So rook A7, queen D5, and knight's gonna go to C6, and it's nothing for white. So A4, B4, modest knight E2. Okay, knight is transferred to D4, or well D4, F4. So knight E7, C2, C4, and here that's an interesting moment. So Black decided she don't want to take on C3. So in case of BC3, of course, white would have some weaknesses. So BC3, BC3, I assume. Yeah, BC3, BC3. But then somehow rook comes to B1, B6. Some possibilities for white pawn. So maybe Black was a little bit afraid of that. So C4, knight C6, attacking the pawn. F2, F4. And now, if Black would allow white to build up the position by playing B3, then, well, tripling the... Yeah, first doubling, but then tripling the pieces on D-file. Well, Black may find herself under quite an unpleasant pressure. So, Black plays B4, B3. B4, B3, and then that sets the conflict on the board, because, well, it's absolutely clear that this B3 pawn is constantly going to be a target for white. So, in addition to this D7, which has already been mentioned, it's a little bit weak, but B3 is going to be a target as well. But at the same time, Black secures counterplay for herself, as now C4 cannot be so easily defended, and Black's getting a B4 square as well for, I don't know, for knight, for a bishop. Even sometimes, even Black's gonna lose this pawn, but setting rooks on B8 and C8 after eventually developing the king side and setting the rooks on B8, C8 will promise some counterplay. So I mean, I like the move. B4, B3 sets the conflict on the board. But what white should be looking for is something like A5. And well, indeed, A5 was just played. So A5, once again, fighting for some squares, this time for a B6 square, of course. Bishop is planning to get to B6, covering the D file. By the way, now I'm well, looking more at the position, I'm not that much certain anymore. It's going to be, well, it's going to be clear in this line. If wondering if Black can play Bishop B4. No, but it doesn't seem to be. Yeah, so Queen B3. Yeah, Queen takes B3, and well, White wins the pawn for nothing. Yeah, looks like. I mean, a Rook B8 and Queen A4, so it's an extra pawn for White. Yes, A5, but I mean, in case of Bishop E7, for instance, White's going to continue with Bishop B6, and Bishop D8 is already met with C5. Already met with this with C5, and this pawn falls. So, I mean, it would have been premature to take on B3, of course, because of Knight A5 and Black wins. So Rook A5, Queen B6 check, then winning the Rook. But Bishop D8 C5 is just fine for White, so settles. Well, particularly in this one, white looks practically winning to me. Well, just a second. If I'm not... No, I mean, I thought bishop takes b6, and then in case of c takes b6, there is this trick with knight a5 and queen b6 check. But white may take, of course, with a pawn, and, well, those pawns are killers, of course. Yeah. So, this is not acceptable for black. So, after a5, black should be looking for some other way to achieve counterplay. So bishop b4, already we said bishop b4 is no good. Maybe a bit strangely looking queen b4 is possible, but on queen b4 intermediate rook d1 is very unpleasant. So d7 is hanging elbows. Okay, rook d8 is maybe rook d8 is possible. I thought bishop b6, but there is bishop c5 check. Yeah, so black is still alive. So maybe this tricky queen b4 is what black needs to play. Yeah, now I'm coming back just to understand if black had anything else. Now b3 seemed to me a nice move, but now I'm not sure anymore. So b3 a5, and if this resource is not available, queen b4, somehow it looks suspicious. I mean, it looks fairly suspicious. To tell the truth, okay, knight cannot really take on a5, or it can, yeah. The moment black is threatening to take a5, right? But let's say after knight c3, knight a5 is not possible anymore, and knight a5 it's rook a4. So black will have to do something, but maybe bishop c5, yeah. Now it's black who is actually looking to exchange the bishops, because bishop on b6 is going to be really powerful. So the same appeals to bishop b6, of course. Bishop b6, it's gonna be bishop c5 check. Yes, so my conclusion would be that queen b4 is the good move, but it's just a question if Olga Giria is going to find this one. Once again, let me try once again. Queen b4, rook d1, and rook d8. Okay, that might be as well rook c7, but somehow I feel like rook d8 is the move. Rook d8, then in case of king h1, okay, king h1 is too slow. Once again, it's gonna be bishop c5. So black holds because of this line, bishop b6, bishop c5 check, and then after exchange of those bishops, black has to be fine. So this knight is a little bit restricted. So the dream square for the knight on e2 is, of course, the d6 square, but how to get there? There's no chance. Even black can possibly take on a5 here. So this is how it looks, a5, and black should be looking to find the move. Okay. I don't know if... No, I mean, if something, as we said, something modest like bishop e7 is met with bishop b6, and then b3 seems to fall. Don't know if there might be some tactical tricks here. But okay, white is not intending to take on b3 immediately, but rather to play c5, and just to nail down all this black setup. So no breaks, no d6, no nothing. So after a5, well, queen b4 seems to be... well, it looks like Olga Giria is about to make a move. So we shall see now. Well, knight b4 was played. So this is interesting. I've never actually thought about this one. Knight b4, and what's this supposed to mean? Black is actually inviting white to take on b3. So this This one is practically forced. Also, there will be a pin here on b file. So still bishop b6 remains a threat. So queen e4 is possibly black's idea, to play queen e4, attacking the pawn and maybe looking for knight c2. Yeah, maybe that's the way black is seeking counterplay. But I'm not sure if I'd say, okay, knight g3, black is practically forced to go for an endgame. Oh no, there is queen c2. No, I thought first I thought queen c4, but then takes, rook c1. Oh well, still knight c2 is available. Yeah, knight c2 seems to be available. Yeah, that's right. Or even just takes, and knight c6. Yeah, black is perfectly solid. Actually, once again, this knight on g3 is misplaced. So, queen b3, queen e4, and then white has to find a good move. So, black has a couple of threats there. Knight c2, but not only knight c2, but knight d3 as well. Well, it's not that easy as it seemed to me. So, knight g3, queen c4 is possible, and as well queen c2 is something not to miss. Queen c2, and white cannot really take on c2, so white will have to play some, well, awkward move like rook a3, and there might be something for black. Even simply taking the pawn, rook by well, maybe rook c4. Yeah, once again black seems to be fine. Well, so Olga found actually quite a nice maneuver. Knight b4, queen b3, queen e4, which was just played, and well, now it's time for Katerina to make a hard decision. Well, it's already about the time to make a break, but first we have to check the last game remaining, and it's gonna be Nafisa Muminova versus Zhao Xu. And then, okay, so Muminova is Zhao Xu. Yeah, this famous bishop c1. As I said, it's too deep move for me. So we saw bishop c1 in this position, surprisingly. And as I said, oh well, and this is interesting. I mean, for some reason I thought black has to react immediately with this d5. Yeah. d5, as I said, d5, and I don't see much of a problem for black, but black decided this one to be too hasty and made another preparational move, rook e8, but then d5 comes with much less effect, because after b4, d5, at least white has c5. And it turns to be much more complicated, this one, because now this bishop is buried for ages on b7. White's gonna have a nice bishop b3 move. So it's, well, pretty much stabilized the situation in the center. And I'd say, well, this tension cannot be kept forever, and both black's reactions, either d4, or d4 knight e2, for instance, d4 knight e2, well, leaves white with very nice play. So bishop's gonna be played to b3. a5 is just met with rook b1. No exchanges, no nothing. Bishop puts to b3. Bishop's gonna be put to b3. Knight retreats somewhere. I'd say knight h4, the other knight comes to g3, so typical right Lopez play. Then f2, f4 eventually, and, well, black's gonna find it hard, I believe. So I'm not quite sure about the quality of Zhao Xu's rook e8. So this is what's going on here. b4, d5, c5, queen c7. So postponing the decision about postponing the decision about the situation in the center. Bishop b2, rook a d8, queen b1. Well, interesting move. Still, the opposition of black's rook on d8 and white's queen is not that pleasant, so queen had to go. And this way, white might be preparing a break with d3, d4, and one day this battery may work up to h7. So at the moment it's totally blocked, of course, but some d4 or ed5, cd5, d4, and one day it might be relevant, this battery. Queen on b1, bishop on c2. And if black insists on closing the center, then once again, I mean, okay, white is maybe not organized in the best way, but well, still bishop is coming to b3, so white pieces are actually returning quite quickly to the best places. Okay, this bishop will have to go to c1 back, but no, the main motive will be, of course, moving the knight from f3 and then preparing f4. So this structure, I would say, is pretty much favorable for white, unless black prepares some sacrifice on c5, but at the moment doesn't seem to be likely. So I mean, it makes some sense even here. I mean, to take, then just return the bishop and start rolling with c pawn, but in this particular position, it's, well, somehow I cannot believe this one. So a few more moves being made. So queen b1, knight f8, knight e2, knight g6, knight g3, bishop c8, bishop b3. So nice decision from black side not to define position here and try to set this bishop from b3 out of play by playing bishop e6. Also, the knight is heading to f4, of course. Ah, well, might be immediately played. So bishop b3. I'm not sure about knight f4 actually. So immediately bishop e6 is met with knight g5, but maybe, just maybe, black can try to prepare this one by playing something like h6. Well, this is interesting how it's going to develop. Yeah, but it's absolutely correct decision to keep attention here, keep attention in the center. So black is going to decide what to do. Well, I can actually spot some motifs of sacrifice on h3, a typical sacrifice here. So let's, well, knight f4 drops the pawn, pardon me. Yeah, somehow it looks not that bad for black, but well, it's really not easy to organize things together. So what black really needs, I mean, if white keeps skipping the move somehow, so black would like to play h6, covering g5, h6 covering g5, then possibly moving the bishop to e6. Ah, well, meanwhile black played the move, a7, h5. Not really relevant, this one is. Not really relevant, as, well, it's sort of a joke. I mean, possibly black is mostly looking not to open, but rather to close queenside by a4, a5, a4, just to be sure nothing's gonna happen on queenside, and then concentrate all the pieces at the opposite side of the board. The a5, and so, well, 2 hours of play and no single pawn is exchanged in this game, and a lot of tension. We are looking forward, of course, for next 20 moves, time trouble stage, and everything's going to be clarified there. And at the moment, well, I'd like to offer a short break. I'd like to offer a short break, and we are coming back in 5 minutes to cover the third hour of play, and of course the time trouble stage, which promises to be the most exciting.
The main question is not what Alexandra did accomplish over the years, but rather what she didn't. More than just a successful chess player, the Russian grandmaster reaped the chess world's laurels, getting the utmost out of it. She is the proud owner of the bottomless bag of medals, a renowned chess author, podcaster, blogger, educator, and last but not the least, a mother too. Alexandra's haul of trophies includes first place in the Women's European Championship in 2004, in the Russian Superfinal 2005, in the Sport Accord Mind Games 2011, and she is also the first world champion in Fischer Random Chess. There is no surprise, she is a constant presence in the Russian national team since 2002, where she pushed her troop to 3 times gold in the European Team Championship 2007, 2009, 2011, and in the Chess Olympiads in 2010 and 2012. But the peak achievement of Alexandra's career is unquestionably the Women's World Crown and the 12th Women's World Champion title, which she claimed in her native country, in Nalchik, in 2008. Professional not only on the chessboard, the chess queen doesn't need to bring additional evidence that she truly deserves her title in the kingdom she has built together with her husband, Diego Garces. Very active in online social networks, her pages on YouTube, Twitter and Facebook have more chess fans than many other VIPs could only dream of. A champion for peace in the international organization Peace for Sport and the restless chess promoter, Alexandra became a true chess ambassador before even turning 30. It was not hard to predict the readiness of the chess world to roll out the red carpet for the new rising star, the Ukrainian prodigy Katerina Lagno. With her whirlwind progress through her childhood years, she convincingly made her first steps noticed when she claimed the Women's Grandmaster title at the age of only 12. By far more attracted to play with her opponent's nerves than with some boring dolls, Katya reached the top of the ladder during her teenage years. In 2005, when she won the gold medal at the Women's European Championship, and 2008, when she decided it was about time to repeat the story. Katerina continued to enrich her trophies with countless outstanding results. Noteworthy are too many, but if we have to mention a few. In 2006, she took the North Urals Cup to her native country, as well as the gold medal from the Women's World Blitz Championship in 2010. Since 2008, she has been the Ukrainian team leader, helping her squad to gold in the Olympiad 2006, World Championship 2013, and European Championship 2013. If you think that chess is the only dimension in her life in order to reach all of that, you are wrong. Katerina is the happy mother of a 3-year-old son Sasha, perhaps a GM in the future. In spite of her early successes, Katya has her feet firmly planted on the ground, working on her best results, which are still yet to come. Currently, Uzbekistan's #1 woman-rated player and the first ever women grandmaster in her homeland, Nafisa was introduced to chess much later than the professional chess world got used to. Up to the age of 9, she was absorbed by her piano classes in Kokand City, and it was only after her father took her to the local chess club that she had to face a small dilemma: piano or chess? That was the question. Fortunately, Nafisa chose the latter and went on to rise inchmeal until it became clear that there was no turning back, and the inevitable was bound to happen. In 2002, she won the Under-12 Girls National Championship. From this moment on, the gold medals in various age groups were set aside for her, including those of a higher caliber from the Women National Championships in 2008, 2009 and 2011. She qualified for the World Women Championship in 2007 from the zonal tournament, which motivated her further to win the silver medal in 2008 in the Under-18 Asian Championship and in 2010 in the Asian Games. Consequently, Nafisa became the undisputed top board in the Olympic team of Uzbekistan, where she proved the leadership position suits her rather well. The Uzbek women grandmaster is currently studying sports psychology in the State Institute of Physical Culture and is no stranger to the top-level women chess. Nobody would be surprised if from the underdog position, the national chess pride of Uzbekistan will actually surprise. When toddlers are generally speaking just learning to walk and talk, the few of them manage to wow the audience by finding more challenging tasks. It was the case of young Anna, a 2-year-old child who took up chess before she could even say Zugzwang. She progressed smoothly ever since and went on to prove her talent by crowning her junior career with 2 gold medals in the World Championships under 16 in 2005 and under 20 in 2010. Anna's track record couldn't have passed unnoticed. Starting with 2004, she was invited to play on the first board for the Slovenian team. But her rise didn't stop there, and the vast array of medals and titles speak for themselves. In July 2012, Anna crossed the 2600 mark, undoubtedly proving she is capable of shoulder-to-shoulder combat against top grandmasters, when she took part in the ACP Golden Classic 2012. The secret key to success is within everyone's reach as long as one could be as disciplined as the Slovenian grandmaster. Anna is a hard worker, dedicating 6-8 hours per day to the royal game. In moments of doubt, the support of her sister Maria comes in handy, the two motivating and helping each other to climb the highest heights of success in the passion they both share, chess. A big fan of Kasparov, whose games influenced her the most, Anna displays the same fearless, attacking chess without forgetting of prophylaxis. The Bulgarian star received her first chess guidance from her father at the age of 4, and just 3 years later she already made her name by winning the Sofia Championship. In the twinkling of an eye, Antoanetta's results bore the resemblance to the snowball effect, culminating with her win at the 10th Women World Championship in 2004. The former World Women Champion almost reclaimed her title back in 2012, but lost by a whisker in the final against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Ushenina. She is now the irreplaceable top board of the Bulgarian Olympic team, where she had her debut back in 1992 in Manila, at the age of just 13. Since then, she played in the next 10 Olympiads, including the participation in the men team in 2000. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. In 1997, her rating broke into the top 10 women worldwide, and in 2002 she won the European Women Championship, a victory which propelled her to the second highest rated woman in the January 2003 rating list, with 2560. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. She is also a glamorous person, known and admired for her look, perfect for any magazine cover, and not only for the chess ones. In 30 years of chess career, Antoanetta acquired the proficiency and maturity to make another leap forward.
Welcome back for a live coverage of Women's FIDE Grand Prix series. So, round 2 in Khanty, Mansiysk, Russia. Well, then it's a third hour of play, so most exciting stage. We're approaching a time trouble where a lot of mistakes going to be made, and all the games, I mean, normally lose a little bit of logic. So the plot of the games is changing much during the time trouble. So, and the position on our screen now, it's a game between two Russians. Ex-world champion Alexandra Kostynyuk is white against Tatiana Kusintseva. So, well, as we said, well, some Labutin shoes from Alexandra. Well, as we said, so very creative opening play led to, well, to delay, actually, to delay in making moves, and only 16 moves being made, with both players' clock reduced to roughly half an hour. So I expect a huge time trouble there. Well, we left them about there. Yeah, then jumping back a little bit, we left them about there. Knight e6 when Alexander played knight g3, fighting for f5 square, and none of my offered moves, which being g6, h5, and even something else. I was wondering if bishop e7 is a good move. So none of them was played. Instead, Tatiana went for bishop c5, which is, of course, another logical attempt, but it gives white a chance to get some development. Okay, not really, but okay, c3. I mean, a few moves with the tempi white is making. So c3 threatening b4. Black has to move a knight b7. Anyway, knight on a5 wasn't doing much, so knight is transferred somewhere to the center. b4, bishop b6, knight a3, developing pieces that way. And black plays a5, and okay, so more of a positional approach, I would say. The a5, hoping to compromise white's structure a little bit. It goes like that. Okay, if black will not succeed with the direct attack, then some positional factors will be valuable. And okay, I mean, at the moment, black sacrificed the pawn, and indeed, black has some prospects to get an initiative. But if he fails to do so, if black fails to get an initiative, so some positional factors going to be into play, and well, in this sense, a5 is just a nice little move, because after knight c4, bishop c7, white cannot really keep her structure flexible. So basically two options for white: to take, to take or not to take. Two options, right? So I mean, a3 is not possible. The ideal case would be a3, ab5, ab4, ab4. I mean, to keep those pawns together. But it's not possible because of a pin on an a file. So what white can't do is to take on a5 or just let black take on b4, and both cases have their drawbacks. So I'd say in case of bishop a3, for instance, black's gonna take on b4, bishop b4, and black promotes c5, which is quite logical. Bishop a3, and well, okay. I mean, white is still fine, but this extra pawn on a2 might be a little bit less important now, because, well, here I can safely say black has good compensation, so black can simply continue by castling short, and still knight on b7 is a little bit awkward, but the same applies to bishop on a3. So, and in the other case, well, more or less the same is going to happen if white takes on a5, so the structure is going to be more or less the same. Black's going to take a5, and black's going to exchange this passive knight from b7 in this case. So maybe, oh, okay, I just spotted. Maybe white has to do something like that to take on a5, and if black takes back, then knight's going to be transferred to e3. So this way, white keeps f5 under firm control, so f5 is controlled with both knights. In case of g6, h5 is going to follow, and this knight on a5 still is a bit out of play. And maybe that's the way to proceed for white, pardon. Because if white makes some developing move, well, first of all, it's not that easy. I mean, bishop is not really moving because of knight f4 followed by f5. So it's not really that easy for white to continue development. Well, let's say d2, d3, some half move, let's say. So ab4, cb4 will give black a chance to occupy d4 square. Once again, knight d4, and again the whole idea of this setup, as we already mentioned, is connected with f7, f5. Well, I'd say in this case black would be fine. So possibly the most principle is just to take on a5. In this case, if black doesn't take, maybe black is not taking on a5, by the way, because normally you don't care much if there are one pawn or two pawns on a5. This a pawn is still weak; it will fall sooner or later. So maybe black just has to continue with castle, still opting for the main idea for f7, f5, and knight is going to jump to c5 in this case. So this is more likely, but a5, in case of knight a5, as I said, so knight's gonna go to e3, then bishop is developed, and but still with opening of a queen side, yeah, after a5, with opening of a queen side, white's gonna find it hard to find a sanctuary for a king, because king side is pretty much compromised with this h2, h4. So short castle seems to be problematic. And as well, after opening a queen side, you can never castle long. So, I mean, white will have to deal with the king in the center till the end of the game. And, well, it's not that easy to simplify the position. It doesn't seem to be easy. So it looks like black has some decent counterplay. I'm just wondering if white could have played b5 here. I'm not sure why white actually didn't play that. So b5 seems to be an interesting possibility. Well, so maybe that was interesting, because after knight c4, bishop c7, no more b5 is available. Black is looking, as I said, to take on b4 and to land the knight on d4. So, I mean, here, after a5, b5, at least, once again, speaking in terms of a pawn structure, after eventual exchange of c and b pawns here, I don't know, let's make it like that. So take, probably it's not the best black can do, but just to speak about the structure. So those two pawns on a file are compensating each other, and here at least this white's extra pawn is visible, but in case of, as I said, in case of bishop a3, for instance, a takes, bishop takes, c5, bishop a3, this extra pawn on a2 is, well, really a half a pawn at the moment, so it's not going anywhere, it's always weak, and the further it goes, I mean, in a middle game especially, the further it goes, the weaker it becomes. So I'm not really sure about knight c4, about Kostyniuk's decision. And, well, and if you look at timings of her moves, so she played, it looks like she played knight c4 rather quickly, but after bishop c7, which to me seems to be quite a natural move, she fell asleep. So, well, either she was calculating something and then changed her mind, or, well, I don't know if it's possible to miss the move like that. No, if it's possible to miss bishop c7, which seems to be an easy one. Well, what I can say, maybe still white has to just to make some move and let black to take on b4, then okay, what to do? I mean, but as I said, not that easy. Okay, d3. Let's take a closer look on d3. So a takes, c takes. Now, as I said, knight is heading to d4, maybe immediately or after castle. Let's say black castle short. And again, if white plays bishop e2, well, maybe now it's possible bishop e2, but at the same time, not only knight d4, but as well knight f4 is possible. So I'd say knight f4, for instance. Well, yeah, black took on a5, white took on a5, so it's not relevant anymore. So, but still, a few words about this position. Knight f4, most probably white has to take, knight e4, and this promises black very good compensation, I believe. So f5, and white will never be able to castle short. Well, some targets there on b4 and d3, and everything for only one pawn. So in this case, I'd say black has good play. So ba5, and as we said, knight a5 is possible, but in this case, knight e3 is going to be played most likely. Well, yeah, Khanty takes on a5, and as I said, possibly castle short. Castle short was an option. But okay, sometimes you just want to restore the balance as soon as you can. So knight a4, knight a5, and still looks like white has enough compensation, but no, I'd say the position is hard to play for both colors. And knowing Alexandra, she's always looking for some concrete decisions, concrete solutions. And here, well, it's hard to make anything concrete. I mean, white is totally undeveloped, and well, it's really hard to develop pieces. Huh? So knight e3, and still after, let's say, castle, it's not the end of the world that white is possessing f5 square. So black's still going to have a nice counterplay. Bishop eventually may come back to b6, and knight is jumping to f4. So all those plays, I mean, with knight f5, queen g4 are, well, not likely to work, with bishop being still on c1, with king being in the center. So looks like white, well, will have some troubles there. So ba5, and you can see she's nervous there. Yes, so it's move 17. Yes, knight e3 has been played. Move 18, and 19 minutes left for more than 20 moves to make. Yeah, that's worrisome for Alexandra's fans. Worrisome fact. Well, knight e3. What should be? Well, I'm just thinking about, once again, about pushing the limits and setting it on fire. Like g6. Now f5 is unavoidable, so white at least has to play h5. Then black reacts with f5, takes g6 and f4. So this way, black's going to win a piece, but white might as well have some compensation after knight f5. I don't know which one. One of the knights to f5 followed by g7. Well, perhaps it's not. I just thought maybe it's not that clear, because there is g7 available. g7, yeah, it's going to be completely messy. I mean, g7, if knight g7, white escapes with the piece. Yeah, by knight h5, maybe, which is even looks stronger, knight f5, maybe this knight. Yeah, let me try with this knight. So knight f5, I mean, justification is like that. So white's gonna have queen h5 check in the end. So this one is not acceptable for black. Takes, and if bishop f5, it's check on h5, then picking up this bishop on a fork. But it's highly possible black's gonna go for this one and then take the knight on g3. And it's, well, it's so unclear. I mean, knight g7, king f7, then knight is attacked, and gf2 is the threat. And what is really dangerous for white in this case, with all the exchanges, I mean, developed pieces are gone, and white might be left with all those undeveloped rook on a1, I mean, bishop on c1, everything at its place. So let's say knight h5, black's gonna take on f2, and, well, once again, it's pretty hard to judge the position. So, well, I mean, everything is rugged away. Yeah? Knight on a5 and also can't take place in the game. Yeah, that it's definitely there is something to think about. So it's only one way for black, of course, maybe not the best one, but just trying to illustrate how much they have to calculate. So that therefore they have, I mean, therefore they are already approaching the time trouble stage. So, well, still Tatiana has some 25 minutes to think, and we are moving to the other board. And this time, well, okay, we already have some sort of an order. So once again, we are moving to Ho Yifan, to a game of our world champion, Ho Yifan black against Pachimek Tuvshin against Mongolian player. Well, developed pretty much this one. A4, D5 we saw, and we saw last time we seen them, it was Queen E2, white played Queen E2, and I have been offering to take C4. So, well, black decided to, actually black went for the line I've mentioned, with a little bit different move order. So black played G5 first, not to let white any ideas of swapping on F6, though we mentioned it wasn't working, but anyway, so G5, bishop G3, then, well, black took everything on C4 and played knight E4, so that was the position we discussed. And then white went H2, H3. So white is planning to hide the bishop, but of course, black must have been surprises. What's going on knight G3? So Queen G4 check followed, and then it's well, it's you can see from situation on the clock, it's less than 10 minutes left for Mongolian player. Well, now it's really well, black played Queen D7, yeah, of course, and then it's really a tough choice, because, well, the desirable one would be to take on G3. But of course, it's very dangerous. Not only you're losing the castle right, well, after Queen D2, but maybe that would be least of evils actually. Queen D2, King F1, and maybe white is still alive. But I'm afraid stronger might be Queen D3. Yeah, I'm not sure, of course, but okay, Queen D3, and then white won't be able to castle whatsoever. Ah, well, there is Queen E5, so maybe it's not that easy. Yeah, defended C3. Well, okay, but even after Queen D2, King F1, and, well, the simplest, the capture on C3, it's an extra pawn for black. The king is still exposed, so it's not acceptable for white this way. Then, and if white takes D7, Rook D7, and then takes G3, well, we all know about all rook endgames being drawish, but this particular one after Rook G3 looks really bad for white. Not only white losing the pawn, but all the rest of the pawns are, well, seem to be the weakness, huh? Well, maybe castle short has to be the move for white, at least trying to set some counterplay. But still, after modest rook f8, I'd say, still for white, well, it's a bit problematic for white. The one pawn is falling, and so white has to react active, but I have difficulties to spot out the correct way. I mean, yeah, probably castle is the best white can do. And then, well, if black starts to take, maybe it's also possible. Rook f7, then rook takes c3. But in this case, white's playing rook b1, and it's actually activity of the pieces what matters. Ho Yifan is back at the board, so I don't know if the move had been played or no. Mongolian is still thinking. So Queen d7, but you can see Ho Yifan returned at the board and started to think. So That means maybe she spotted something, and I believe her concern is about this line. Yes, queen takes d7, rook d7, and pawn takes g3. Actually, I just thought maybe black doesn't have to play rook d3, right? So the rook e8 seems to be much stronger. Yeah, that's right, because rook on 7th rank is very well placed. Yes, rook e8 wins the pawn as well. I just missed this. I mean, on king e2 there is rook e7, then and e3 cannot be defended. Yeah, so rook e8 is much stronger. So then, in case of a short castle, black of course takes e3. And then this rook defends 7th rank, the most important, let's say, the most important rank. And well, it looks hopeless for white this time. It's really look hopeless. Yeah, some tough choice for white. And well, Ho Yifan is looking once again looking for a second win in a row, and well, really, I'm not sure if Tufshintuk's going to be able to do something about it. Well, once again, what else can be done there? Well, I'm actually thought for a second about crazy f take g3. Well, but the pawn structure rising looks really horrible. Oh well, and she just played it. Well, perhaps it could be least of evils, but still the pawn structure rising after this one. Well, first off, now black can try to keep the queens on by playing f5, queen e2, and just trying to pressurize with queens being on the board. But at the same time, I'd say in this particular position, queens somehow will give more chances for white to survive. So, well, I'd rather expect black to change on g4. And then, okay, but it's too many weaknesses for white, so maybe that particular moment black just can try to, well, not to hurry up with winning one of those pawns, but no, well, maybe it's still fine. Rook e8. Yes, rook e8 once again. So if white takes this one, then the activity of black rooks is going to be too much for white to handle. Yeah, rook e3. So take g4 and rook e8. So this one I like. And then, oh, okay, king e2 is possible. Something like rook d6. Rook f1, let us say, rook e7. Black keeps everything defended, and slowly but surely, still black has a majority on a king side and on a queen side, and king side is well, this white's majority is of no importance, of course, with such a pawn structure. So everything is so weak for white. So, well, I'm finding it hard for white to keep everything defended. And well, and what Ho Yifan played, rook e8, might be even stronger. So now, in case of queen d7, rook d7, we are transposing to the line we previously discussed. And well, and by not taking on g4, of course, black is counting an option of. So once again, I'm returning. If black would have taken on g4 first, black would have taken on g4. Then after rook e8, I've pointed out an option of king e2. But by playing rook e8 first, of course, now king e2 is not possible. I mean, you cannot keep it. Oh, well, it's possible, as you can see. So she just played it, but what she's going to do after f7, f5, I'm not quite sure, because it seems deadly for white. So queen c4 is, well, the only move. Queen d2 check. Yeah, and well, Ho Yifan is not in a hurry, so queen d2 check. King f1 is once again only move. And then, well, I'd say everything wins. I don't see much of a chance for white. Well, one from a lot of possibilities, well, I would claim even, well, it's not logical too much, but even queen d3 is winning. I mean, winning easily. Going for an endgame. Of course, normally you don't go for an endgame when your opponent is with the king being on f1 and with such a time trouble. But even queen d3, the driest one, let's say the most modest, still wins. Well, an f5 was just played, and I'm not planning to go anywhere from this game, as it's already, I mean, it's a time trouble, and it seems like the game is going to be ended soon, and you can see a sign of well, desperation, I'd say, on the face of Mongolian player. She understood everything after f5, and then, well, this game already went beyond the saving point. Yes, and indeed, well, she stops the clock, so we have a first result of today. And very convincing win with black by a world champion. So it took Hou Yifan 22 moves to take so far the sole lead in our tournament with 2 out of 2. Okay, still 4 players to catch her, but 2 out of 2 so far for Hou Yifan. And, well, so everything is finished. So you see players signed in the score sheets, and, well, of course, Mongolian player is disappointed, but something went wrong for her. And, well, if we are stepping a little bit back, somewhere around this moment, as I said, this taking on e6 seems to be a bit dubby. So white should have tried something different. I mean, maybe sacrificing the d5 pawn, as I've mentioned, this possibility. So as I mentioned, this possibility to try to sacrifice the pawn on d5, because, well, after this moment, and and a4 perhaps was too optimistic. Yeah, with king being still in the center. So 13's move, unlucky 13's move, a2, a4. And after that, well, it looks like there was no comeback point for white. So after d5, black is obviously better, and queen e2, g5, it's practically forced that, well, white is really, at least is much worse, and don't know is... So finished with this one, and, well, let's turn back to some other game, and Zagnidze Muzyczuk would be my choice. Nana Zagnidze with Anna Muzyczuk, and, well, a little bit boring endgame they had, and I don't know if it developed any further. Yeah, so this one, we left them about there, and, well, none of three options I've mentioned for white were played, so I thought DE5 and DC5 are not good, and indeed it seems to be. Well, it's A4 E5. Yeah, that's right. So seems to be not that such a great idea. I've mentioned A5, which was a possibility. I mean, to get rid of this possibly weak pawn. Bishop B2 was played by Nana Zagnidze, and after Rook AC8, DE5, Bishop E5, castle long. Black played King C7, Rook D2, G6, Rook D1, Rook CD8, C4. Black took on B2, Rook FE8. Rook E2. Well, King D2 is a possibility, actually. I just thought maybe some tactical stuff like Bishop E4 is possible, but white just doesn't react and play King E2. Well, so that was just the one moment to mention. Okay, so Rook E2, Rook E2, Rook E7, and Bishop C2. So exactly as I pointed out, that White, it seems like White realized she's not, well, she cannot be better anymore, and, well, White accepted the fact she cannot be better, and just trying accurately finish the game, I mean, somehow to drive the play a bit, exchange a couple of pieces, but still there are some little factors which favor black. I mean, those pawns a4 and c4 fixed on a light square, so, well, even some bishop endgames are not that pleasant for white. There might be some chances, especially if black's gonna make some progress on a king side by getting g5 f4, for instance, getting some more dark squares at her disposal. And I'm pretty much sure Mansiysk is looking for a way to continue the game, so she's not happy with the draw yet. And of course, well, our constant followers, they know very well that Anna is, well, she's of course a good player in any stage of the game, but especially an endgame is her strong side, so that endgames with just a little bit of positional advantage, and she can pressurize for hours. But, well, to suggest the move, I'm not quite sure. I mean, if black tries to keep both rooks, it's going to be really hard to make progress for black. Okay, yeah, indeed, white is a little bit passive, but, well, king d2, for instance, and then sooner or later white is going to look for a4 a5, possibly playing rook a1 and a4 a5, getting rid of one of the weak pawns and reducing the pawn's material. So ideal case for black would be probably to swap a pair of rooks, then at some stage after e5, black may think of b takes a5. So, I mean, let's try to do like that. Take on d1, and then, well, play something, bishop c6. And then a5 is not a case anymore. So anytime white is going to try a5, black's going to take, and at least black is going to have side passed pawn. So I'd say, well, probably black is still not really better, but if you having winning intentions in this position, so, well, indeed she takes on d1, so you can see. So if you have winning intentions in this position, so, well, it looks like two rooks on the board is too much, and at the same time, if you change all the rooks, it's two less material. So in an ideal case, it's one rook, one light piece, and then you try to maneuver to well, I know, to provoke more weaknesses and something like that. But really, it's well, I'd say it's unlikely for black to win by normal means, unless white does anything stupid. Well, the problem is for black that black's majority is actually on a queen side. So let me explain myself. So white has two weaknesses on a queen side, being a4, once again a4 and c4. But and second weakness, as we know, so the ideal case is two weaknesses on different sides of the board. So black would be looking to create another weakness on a king side, but second weakness ideally would have been black's passed pawn, which is strong side for black, so that means weakness for white side. But to create this passed pawn on queen side, black has to exchange white's weaknesses. So that's a problem with this situation. And I'd say after a6 and eventual b5, so black's weakness or white's weaknesses are gone, and this side passed pawn on c file is quite close to the other pawn mass, and somehow it's not very relevant. So just a second, but I have to make a break for a press conference of who you find our leader, and we are coming back right after.
Finished in favor of world champion. So I give you floor. Can you please tell us what happened today?
Yes, today we went to Nimzo variation with this bishop g5, not that popular but still a main line. And then this is just quite normal moves. So queen e7 just wanna play knight d7. And yeah, the moves just looks quite, usual.
То есть был разыгран вариант Немцовича, то есть довольно обычная позиция, получилась обычная довольно-таки структура с вариантов ферзь e7.
And now maybe instead of take on e6, white can also try something like sacrifice d5 pawn.
Вместо того, чтобы бить на e6, может быть, белым стоило отдать пешку на d5, попробовать что-то в этом духе. Did you think about it, sacrificing this pawn on d5?
Yes, I mean, that's what I was calculating. I mean, just thinking. But maybe I should have taken the pawn.
Just speak next to microphone.
Oh. I mean, probably I should have taken the pawn if I wanted to take before, like when she played h6, then maybe I can also take de, then in that case she has to take with the queen, maybe. I mean, if I have to choose this, position, then that was better, I think.
Да, я на самом деле смотрела вариант с жертвой пешки, но действительно, может быть, на e6 стоило брать на ход раньше, и в этом случае моя соперница вынуждена была бы побить ферзем на e6, что было бы лучше в этой редакции для белых. And later on, how did you estimate this position? I mean, with these pawns with c3?
I'm not sure because now black just want to push d5. I mean, not easy to prevent this, but instead of a4, maybe we can try something else like not clear. Maybe queen c2 and castle short, something like that.
So it was difficult to estimate, yes, at this moment. Ну, на самом деле сложно оценить в данный момент позицию, то есть черные пошли на длинную рокировку, хотят продвинуть d5, а может быть белым стоило в этот момент пойти ферзь c2 и уйти в короткую рокировку, но сложно сказать.
Yeah, but then I thought forced moves later with knight e4, black just I think much better here.
Здесь уже у черных лучше после вот этого форсированного варианта и конь e4. It's better because white cannot also castle, right?
Yeah. Looks like black may have attacking chances, but white's pieces are still at the home.
Действительно, да, тут сложно сделать рокировку, но белые сохраняют какие-то шансы, может быть, на атаку.
Yes, later on. I mean, after take this weird pawn structure, just makes white.
Well, after life, of course, I didn't like my position at that point, but I mean, probably long castle and d5 is quite good for black, so I should have done earlier something, either not to allow d5 or maybe that structure doesn't really. I didn't like that structure either, but so before. I should have done something else, and I don't know, I'm just still thinking what should I have done at the moment.
На самом деле, действительно, здесь вот после того, как черные ушли в длинную рокировку, пошли d5, у них позиция стала намного лучше, то есть действительно, мне кажется, что-то надо искать вот раньше, может быть, где-то вот что-то было упущено немножко раньше. Может быть, стоило где-то все-таки в короткую рокировку убежать раньше. Maybe it was better
to sacrifice a pawn and then play castle.
With some chances maybe to attack with opposite castles.
Right, and two bishops also.
Yes. Maybe. Ну, где-то вот был упущен этот момент. Действительно, если бы белые рокировались в короткую сторону, то где-то, может быть, с разносторонней рокировки были шансы на атаку, два слона, даже без пешки, то есть сохранялись какие-то шансы. Yeah. And after this position, I think was already worse for white.
Yeah, of course. Yes. I mean, it's very bad.
Okay, so do we have questions to players?
My question is for you. Who last time you met your opponent was in Geneva, and you came off worse off with a loss. What did you do differently to prepare for today's game?
Well, yeah, in Geneva I lost to Chemek also with black and also in the first part of the tournament. So. Well, by that tournament, basically, I was just in a very, bad shape. So this time, just try to play as normal since it's still the beginning of the tournament.
То есть вопрос был к Хуифань насчет того, что вот играли соперницы, уже встречались в Женеве до этого, и в той партии Хуифань проиграла на самом деле своей сопернице сегодняшней. И то есть что было сделано по-другому как бы в процессе подготовки. Хуифань ответила, что в тот момент, когда она находилась в плохой форме, и действительно они встретились в первой половине турнира, такого же как бы этапа Гран-при, но как бы в этот раз она старалась просто спокойно как-то настроиться, играть, хотя опять же играла черным цветом, в этой партии помнила. And so my also question to Jimmy. I think you played in Geneva. You choose another variation. I think you played before the first move. Am I right? Or am I
Yes, I
mistaken?
chose a different variation.
Yes.
Yes.
So why did you decide to change?
Well, I tried to play some main lines, and that variation is kind of not so popular. So I mean, I tried to play some main lines and tried to take some initiatives, but unfortunately it didn't work today. So hopefully I will try to do better for my next games.
На самом деле, действительно, я пытаюсь играть как бы основные линии, и выбран был сегодня вот этот вариант. Как бы пыталась бороться за инициативу, но в этот раз не получилось. Но я надеюсь, что в следующих партиях мне удастся сломить ход борьбы, и все получится. Пожалуйста.
Вы часто путешествуете, и в каждой стране своя кухня, свои оригинальные блюда. Какая кухня вам нравится больше всего, и какое может быть любимое или самое необычное блюдо, которое вы кушали?
So you're traveling a lot, and there are many different kitchens in each country. Which kitchen you prefer, and maybe what is your favorite dish? You can say. You can name it. Jimmy, just.
Well, I really like different types of food. I mean, different cuisines. I really enjoy, and I like also Russian type of cuisines as well. But my favorite is our Mongolian food is really good too. I mean, of course, it's a lot of meat, but still, it's very good and organic. But I like Indian and also Japanese cuisines too. I enjoy a lot.
На самом деле мне очень нравятся различные виды кухни, действительно мы много путешествуем, и мне нравится русская кухня в том числе, но также я большой любитель монгольской кухни, хотя там очень много мяса, но все равно очень вкусная, и также мне нравится индийская, японская кухня. Actually, maybe we'll get this chance to try Mongolian food because the last stage of Grand Prix event will be in Mongolia, so
Definitely,
we'll check
yes.
what you said about this. And I'm sure we will also try to enjoy different cuisines there. На самом деле, вот последний этап Гран-при будет проходить в Монголии, соответственно, может быть, у нас тоже будет у всех шанс попробовать монгольскую кухню. Ifan, what about you?
Well, generally, I mean, get used to Chinese food since it's really, I mean, different with the European food. I mean, but for me, okay, more or less, I prefer Asian food because it's similar. But since I traveled a lot to the European countries, so now I also like Western food. I mean, generally, I mean, it's much better than previous years. I just remembered when I was young, I mean, went to Europe, I just simply cannot eat most of the foods, but now it became much better.
Фань сказала, что на самом деле она предпочитает китайскую кухню, потому что она очень отличается от европейской, и вспоминает, что вот раньше действительно было очень сложно, потому что она просто не могла большинство продуктов есть, которые здесь, вот как бы мы привыкли есть в Европе, но вот сейчас с годами становится все лучше, и она на самом деле ей уже нравится кухня. Но в принципе она предпочитает азиатскую кухню, китайскую. By the way, I think there are some products you still cannot even eat, like cheese or something you told me.
Well, I have some weird habits, like I eat cheese, but not cheese put into dishes. For example, I like chocolate, but I don't like the flavor of chocolate, something like this.
То есть есть как бы, да, моменты, то есть Ифань совершенно не любит, вот, например, сыр, особенно если он в каких-то блюдах как бы присутствует, то есть невозможно просто есть такие блюда. То есть ей нравится, допустим, шоколад, но как бы вот сам вот шоколадный вот продукт, то есть где-то еще, то есть ей не нравится. Do we have other questions? No? Thank you very much, girls.
Welcome back for live coverage, and well, hope you enjoyed the press conference. And now we have to concentrate on our games as we are approaching the time trouble stage, and it's going to be really exciting, I believe. Well, and I'd like to start with a game of Katerina Lagno and Olga Giria. Well, I can see. Yeah, that's right. So that one. Well, they're pretty much short on time already, with a lot of moves to be made, and so that's the bottom position. It's the position we left. Is the position we left the girls, and this is how it developed. So knight d4, white decided to enter some tactical complications, defending against knight c2, but giving black a chance to play knight d3, and indeed it was played. So rook f3, g5, rook d1, g4. So g5. So that was a nice touch by Olga Giria. G5, and then, well, if white is gonna take on g5, what's going on? Possibly black just captures e5, or no, sorry, f4 is coming now. F4 is coming. White seemed to lose some material. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, I'm not quite sure actually. Still some rook. Rook d1, knight c5. That's right. Yes, and rook d1 and knight c5 is here, with the tempo then capturing the bishop. So g5 was really two exclamation mark. Very strong move. So rook d1 was played, then g4, and then, well, in case of rook g3, knight f4, it looks really bad for black. And but as well, knight c5 is possible, and this rook is going to be stuck on g3 for ages. So rook takes d3. White decided to sacrifice an exchange. Takes on f3 and queen a8. Queen a4, bishop c5. Well, queen a4, aiming on d7, and then bishop c5 allowed white to take on f5, knight f5. So Olga Giria is thinking then, and well, I'm not quite sure if black had to do this. So queen a4, and I'm not sure if black had to do this. Had to play bishop c5, but okay, bishop c5, knight f5, and then rook g8 check has been played. Rook g8 check. Well, I don't see much of a choice for white but to play king f2. And then, well, it's sort of tricky. I'm not quite sure if it's a good idea to give this check. Yeah, so d7 is still hanging. And well, after bishop e3, white has got an additional option to take on e3 with the king, by the way. Yeah. Okay, queen a7, knight d4, and still some compensation for white. The king is a little bit exposed on e8. Well, but as well, knight takes back on e3 is possible, and it's not clear who is better there. Yeah, knight is defending on c4, on queen c6. Well, apart from other moves, I'd say even to change queens looks possible. So take, and some b4, c5. Yeah, it's not clear if black is, well, not clear if black's going to get away with that. So it looked, at certain point, it looked like black just won an exchange for free, but after queen a4, well, it turns out that it's not that easy, because knight e6 was a threat, and as well knight f5 was a threat. So bishop c5, knight f5, and well, so just trying to understand what's happening there. If in case of taking on f5, yeah, it's probably queen d7, bishop c5. Yeah, that's right. It's good for white once again. Queen c5, bishop c5, and then we need this rook. So rook g8, king f2, and queen c6. Olga Gira plays. Queen c6. Then, okay, now white can take on c6. But has she? I don't know if she has to take. So let's say takes c6, rook takes c6. Then, okay, knight is hanging. But it's 3 pawns for white for an exchange. So white doesn't have to be worried much. Well, yeah, queen c6 and bishop c5. Yes, white is in a very good shape. Bishop c5, and if pawn takes f5, white has rook d5, or even b4. Yeah, and it might turn out it's too many pawns for white. Yeah, so black wants some material, but well, wants some material. So I won an exchange, but sacrificed too many pawns on the way. So now it looks, well, this particular one, which I have on the board down here, looks practically winning for white. Well, let's look a bit on the other games, because, well, it seems a lot of things are going here and there. So I'm moving to, okay, still we will have Giria on our screen. I'm moving to Zagnidze with Mansiysk, and well, and this game is finished actually. This game is finished. They repeated the moves and agreed on a draw, so nothing to speak about in Zagnidze Mansiysk. Probably they have a press conference which we are not giving live. Then we are switching to Kostyniuk and Kosintseva. Yeah, this creative opening which led to mutual time trouble, and I believe they will be moving quite quickly. So moving to Kostyniuk and Kosintseva. Well, and you can see how crazy the position looks. Yeah, so that's that just briefly how it developed, and I believe we're gonna stay with them till the end of the time trouble stage, because, well, it promises to be very exciting. Knight takes a5, knight e3, castle short, bishop a3, c5, bishop b5, knight b7 once again from Tatiana, not sure, bishop b2, knight d6, and f5 finally. And as we said, as long as black is getting f7, f5, it looks very promising for him. Knight c4. Okay, but f4 I'm not quite sure, but anyway, nevertheless it was played. Takes g3, takes f2, king f1. So what happened there? If knight arrives to g3, well, I don't have to say that it's going to be mate, but it's not that easy to do that. And on the other hand, if you look on light squares in black's camp, I mean, black has no control on light squares whatsoever. So I'm not quite sure if black went the right way. Well, at the moment, black may not bother to capture this knight on c8 for a little while, but at the same time, I don't see the way to bring the knight to g3. So knight somehow doesn't arrive to g3. And that means, okay, it's an equal material now, but well, if queen's going to be exchanged, it immediately going to be practically winning for white, because of a lot of light square weaknesses in black's camp, and as well f2 may just fall. So I'm not quite sure if Kosintseva found the right way to proceed. Well, okay, this knight on c8 was really, I mean, black wasn't forced to take, but that was really annoying, this horse. When you don't know what to do, just take the material. So that is what Tatiana decided to do. So queen takes. Then still it remains rather complex. Well, maybe it's not that easy, by the way. So bishop c4. Yeah, and this bishop c4 is practically, well, it practically forces queen's exchange, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, couple of threats, queen b3 and queen g4, and how to deal with that. Of course, it's not desirable for black to change queens, but let's say king h8. Yeah, that's right, it was played. King h8. going away from the spin. But then queen g4 seems to, well, to just change queens there. I don't know, maybe there is a possibility of intermediate queen b7, which once again is pretty much double-edged, but maybe possible. Yeah, if bishop takes, queen takes b2, rook t1, and both kings are, well, not having great times here, but maybe white king is not such a badly placed. And, well, with all those light square weaknesses in black king's camp, black may suffer a little bit, but still, yeah, rook f4, yeah, it's totally unclear. No predictions, especially in a time trouble. So, well, maybe the key factor is actually Alexandra having extra 5 minutes, so that's perhaps might be much more important than objective evaluation of this position. So, and okay, queen g4, and now it's a key moment for Tatiana, because I believe if she moves her knight, okay, maybe rook f6 is another option, because yeah, if white tries to change there, the pawn cannot be taken because of this check, or it can be, well, here e4 check, king h3. Yeah, it's actually can be taken. No, but, well, of course wasn't played, so queen b2, queen b7. But also not a lot of choice for white. I mean, if white tries to keep this bishop, then knight is going to run away on f4, and it will turn into a rather annoying piece, knight on f4, so probably white has to take on f3, on e6. White has to take on e6. Maybe it's possible to take with the queen, because bishop is somewhat nicely placed on c4. Queen b2 and rook t1. Yes, and maybe white is planning king e2, rook f1, somehow trying to grab this pawn on f2. Well, positionally, if white wins f2 pawn and maybe loses a2, which is well, not easy to see how to lose this one, but okay, let's say white wins this f2 dangerous pawn and loses one of her pawns. Still, white would be much better, because it's all about the power of bishops, and of course this bishop on c7 is rather passive. So this is going to be a key factor, but I'm not quite sure if white is able to do this, if white is able to win this pawn on f2. Well, we're going to stay concentrated on this one with the camera, but I'll be checking some other games quickly. Well, Stefano is Shenina still calm, so no big thing here. So we may still be focused on Kostyniuk. And then the other one is, well, still in progress and almost approached the time trouble stage, the finish of time trouble stage, so that's okay. So I'm back to Kostyniuk once again. I'm back to Kostyniuk because this one is really exciting. I mean, it's going to be decided in a time trouble almost for certain. All the rest of the games are still in progress, but I mean the positions there are more or less clarified, and here we have absolute mess, and I cannot really predict what's going to happen next move. Well, that's sort of a pause Alexandra has, but well, if she takes some 5 minutes to think here, then it's gonna mean next 12 moves going to be made practically at tempo. Well, so I'd say basic choice is still between taking on a 6 with the queen or the bishop. So tertium non datum, I would say. So rook f, well, I don't know, bishop c1 is, well, it's too teasing, it's too much. Knight f4, and somehow white cannot really move. I don't believe white can take on f2. Well, everything is possible, but well, somehow It's really hard to believe. But maybe just a second, just maybe, well, King F2. King F2, I mean, if black is winning the rook, King E1, Knight F2, Queen G6. What's going on there? So black takes the rook, white plays bishop D3. Ah, well, there is a refutation, E4. E4, bishop E4, and take E4. Not to forget this Queen H7 threat, because Rook E8 is Queen H7 mate. But first to take E4 and Rook E8, and okay, black has an extra piece. This knight is easily escaping from H1. So as I said, it's hard to believe white's going to be able to take F2, and this knight turns into a real beast here on F4. So that's gonna be really a play with fire if white decides to go bishop C1. So instead it's just well, I'd say just a choice between two pieces to take on E6. Well, some rook B1 is possible, but it's not really a battery, it's more of a pin, I would say. After rook B1 it only creates more targets for black. I mean, knight E4 and some queen E4 might be an issue in some cases. Still, the rook B1 is fairly dubious move. And well, the clock is ticking and Alexandra is slowly but surely running out of time. And well, I don't know what's going to happen. So once again, closer look on this Queen E6, which is my latest pick for white in this position. Rook B8, Rook T1. I don't know if... Queen B2, sorry. Queen B2, Rook T1. And I'm not sure if it's any different if white starts with King E2, for instance. Well, I wonder if black has to... Yeah, King E2 and sometimes maybe Rook P1 is possible. So just wonder if black can play E4 here. So E4, just trying to get rid of this pawn. I mean, open an E file, because well, this pawn on E5 only restricts black's bishop. So an ideal case for white would be to block this pawn. Actually, ideal case would be to block this pawn. So E4 seems highly possible. Okay, in case of Rook P1, Queen goes. Well, Queen goes to C2, and then white also has Rook C1, driving the Queen back, and then, well, Rook F1. I'm still not sure. Well, Bishop C1 has been played. That's amazing. I mean, Bishop C1. How much of a self-confidence you have to play a move like that, with King being already on F1 and. Okay, it's a bit too much. It looks a bit too much for me. So Alexandra really pushing a bit too hard. The Knight F4. What else? Yes, indeed, played. Knight F4. And now it turns to be rather dangerous for white, because black's next move, okay, G3 is not possible for white. As we discussed, King F2 is also not possible. Next, black's move seems to be E5, E4. And then this bishop will never be developed. So from, let's say from logical moves, I can point out D2, D3. At least trying to develop the bishop to E3 and eventually get to this pawn on F2. But then it looks a bit shaky for white. Still E4 is possible. Yeah, that's right. It's opening up the position with King on F1. It's fairly dangerous. This time it's already too late to go for opposite colors. Bishop F4, Rook F4, and well, it's really going to be dangerous here for white. So what we have today, Anna Muzichuk made a draw against Nana Tsagnidze, and Ho Yifan overtook Bachemet Tuvshintugs. So from those two girls at our screen, no one can catch the leader. because Tatiana lost in the first round and Alexandra was lucky to escape. So, well, switching to the actual position. Knight f4, d3, and I'm waiting for black to play e5, e4, which is going to be really dangerous, I believe. e4, setting bishop into play and while attacking d3 at the same time. I'm not sure. Yeah, e4 was just played. I'm not sure if Kostyniuk will get away out of trouble here. So e4, not much white can do. So bishop e3 might be a try. I mean, at least to eliminate this pawn. So knight d3, bishop d3, e3. No, but it seems to be hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. Bishop cannot take. And I mean, the worst thing for white in this particular position, let's say, that she has no strong sides of her position. The king is weak. She's a pawn down, and well, no, that's how she has a strong, powerful light square bishop, but it's gone. So there's almost no hope. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, and also a situation on a clock. So Alexandra had some 5 minutes, some extra 5 minutes. Now it's practically equal, and it's somehow easier to play with black now. So you're just creating threats one after another. So I would claim this bishop c1 to be a decisive mistake here. So after bishop c1, knight f4, well, it's hard to suggest the move. Yeah, this knight, as I said, this knight turns into a really powerful piece. So, and after this d3, e4 seems to be a really decisive break. Well, yeah, black is not even going to play something really complicated, but just wants to take on d3. I mean, this one is not possible. Queen takes back and queen e1 mate is a threat, and everything's threatening. Bishop is hanging. So perhaps the best white can do to keep the game on is to take on f4, and after rook f4 to move the queen. But as well, with king being on f1, well, looks terrible. Bishop e3. Well, yes, and then after knight d3, it's going to be really, really bad. So bishop e3 has been played. Well, knight d3, not only winning the pawn, but also threatening knight e5 to change the bishop. Yeah, somehow. Well, of course, white shouldn't take. Yeah, my first intention was to take on d3. Of course, white shouldn't take after knight d3. But at the same time, I'm not quite sure what to do for white. So then desirable would be, well, queen b2 was played. That's a bit of a surprise. So bishop e3, queen b2, rook d1. Well, what a strong move. Queen b2 and h5 is going to finish the game in favor of Tatiana Kosintseva. Yeah, just understood that. Yeah, it's h5 and white cannot keep control on a e2. Yes, now after h5 the game finishes immediately. Yes, no chance anymore. So she's gonna have to give a queen on f4, but of course it's only one piece. Yeah, any intermediate move? No, not really. I mean, bishop c1. Obolek just can move the queen. Yes, h5 was played, and it's the end of Alexandra's Kostyniuk challenge. So Tatiana's going to be back on 50% after. Well, I'm not sure white going to make another move. I'm not sure if white's going to make another move. I don't see any. Really, I mean, I don't see any possibility for white to continue this game going. Well, rook d2 is queen d2, right? So rook d2 is queen d2, an extra rook. So well, h5, and that's it. So it's 30 seconds. So we can see from a camera view it's 30 seconds, and it's a final countdown for Alexandra Kostyniuk. As I said, I don't expect her to make any moves. Well, it might be might be a move on a seconds, you know, but no real hope, really, no real hope. Still she plays bishop c1, and well, as I mentioned, there is queen c2 here, but well, queen c2, bishop b3, maybe white still can try to play, but well, I believe anything wins. Okay, first of all, black can take on g4 and then just play e3. It's also hopeless, I mean. So e2 is the threat. So then, okay, d4, rook a2. But definitely it must be something more convincing after bishop c1. Well, queen c2. Ah, bishop c1, queen c1. Okay. Bishop c1, queen c1. Still winning, but I believe it could have been done easier, because here, well, Alexandra will continue to fight. Not for long after knight h5, though. Not for long after knight h5. It's once again Tatiana Kosintseva has an opportunity to finish a game in one move, I believe. So 5 more moves to make, but at the moment it's practically well, I don't see a problem, really. Don't see a problem for black. And knight h5, yes, knight h5 was played. So nice little touch, and well, and you can see a mayor of Khanty Mansiysk, who is a witness of finish of this game. So Alexandra Kostyniuk resigns, and Tatiana Kosintseva is back on 50% after this nice victory with black. And to step back a little bit, I'd like to say that, well, it was really a tough battle, and at some point Alexandra probably went too optimistic with this bishop c1, keeping 2 bishops, and that was enough for Tatiana Kosintseva to score a point. Well, so we have to switch to some other games, and I think it's another game which is finished. So let us quickly switch. I will switch to the board. Okay, we will stay with the camera on overall view, but I'll switch to the board of Lucknow with Kyria, and Lucknow won her game in a time trouble. So Lucknow won her game in a time trouble, which means she went back to 50%. As the same 50% now has Olga Kyria after today's loss. So slowly but surely all the rivals of Hui Fan are not winning, and it looks like Hui Fan will have a sole lead. So 2 other players who may compete with her after 2 rounds are still playing. It's Anna Ushenina and Nafisa. Anna Ushenina and Zhao Xu, who won their games. So let us switch to Ushenina with Stefanova. So that is interesting. This might be still a time trouble. Antoanetta Stefanova is white against Anna Ushenina. Well, a lot of progress being made, so I'm not coming back. So just looking on what's going on here. The AB4. Well, white succeeded a little bit on a king's side, but the position is pretty much simplified. Okay, black took back on b4, as you can see. Well, that's a question. Okay, b2 is a little bit weak, so I'd say white's position looks nice, but she has to be careful as well. She has to be careful, and it has to be said. Ushenina is very strong in defense. I'd say so, very strong in defense. So defending those water positions, she's Stefanova plays queen c2. I was to offer f5, f6 actually. That was interesting, with a threat to take on h7 and followed by queen h5, f7, and queen h8. We need the queen, but okay, never happened. Queen c2, but also seems to be a strong one. So pinning the knight, possibly keeping an eye on a4 pawn, and as well, of course, the main threat is to take on a6 and then take on h7. So all in all, looks like well, dangerous position for Oshchanina. It's definitely dangerous for Oshchanina, this one. But we shall see. It's still a time trouble, and well, it's 3 moves left for Oshchanina to be made. For Stefanova, it's 2 moves, and well, not quite sure if. Yes, 13, 12, 11, 10. So you see, seconds are ticking, and well, our knight b6 was played. Knight b6. That means white can go for an endgame here. White can go for an endgame by taking on e6, but it's a question if that will be enough. So let's say if white takes on c8, or just takes e6 immediately. Yeah, white can take e6 immediately. Yeah, that's right. So queen c8, queen c2, bishop c2. But then somehow this pawn is not running too far. It's not running too far away, and well, maybe white will have some difficulties converting advantage here. So I would prefer to keep queens, and in this sense, maybe queen c2 wasn't the best possible move. Okay, Stefanova decides to take on c8, knight c8, and probably f6 to follow. Yeah, that's right. So it's an extra pawn and a pair of bishops for white. Yes, f6. And the last move for Oshchanina to make. Well, not easy. Knight, maybe still knight b6 has to be the move. Still knight b6 has to be the move. I mean, a problem with knight e7, for instance. No, there is no problem with knight e7. I thought knight e7, bishop b5, but black has a3. So, and then all the weaknesses from queen side has gone, and well, it's going to be not easy for white to convert the advantage. So Oshchanina decided to play it a bit other way. H7, h6. So now she's planning to play g5 and bring the king to e7. So I'd say it's not easy at all for white. It's not easy at all. But okay, the time trouble. So it's move 40. This h6. So the time trouble stage is over, and well, we can relax a little bit. So what's going on? 2 more games are in progress. Mominova versus Zhao Xu and Stefanova versus Oshchanina. Well, so meanwhile, a couple of games are over, so it must be some press conferences there. So let's leave our players thinking a bit and get a sneak peek out of those press conferences. Especially, I'm interested in Kosintseva with Kostyniuk.
Здесь e4.
А нет, тут на c5 будет весь.
Ну да, здесь съем.
Здесь пока на c5, тогда конь c6 сначала пойти. На слон
здесь,
e2, конь c6,
здесь конь c6, да?
На слона. Слон b2 и e4. Вот в такой редакции. Что на коне e4, f5 как-то побыстрее.
Везде D4, да, надо
Ну,
смотреть.
D4, да, считать. То есть какие-то, ну, позиция очень сложная.
Очень
Тут,
сложная, да, здесь так
разобраться за
сразу
партией,
сказать.
поэтому времени мало.
Потому что времени уже было мало, и я что-то здесь начала слонами кружить, но ну, здесь уже надо было, конечно, слон c6 ходить.
Here I have to play bishop c6.
Ладья b8.
Да, ладья b8, и здесь идти.
And just move to
f5, да, наверное.
Ну, да.
Ну, и может быть, как-нибудь конь d5 уже во все тяжкие.
d5.
Ну, здесь так нет, что-то мне фигуры мои не
F4,
нравятся, да,
там
f4,
как-то
потом конь
фигуры
c4, что-то не то, потому что, но здесь я не знаю, я здесь это просто оценила неправильно позицию возникающую,
Estimated
GF.
position wrongly after.
Может быть, я здесь еще могла просто уйти, не хотелось, правда, уходить на f1.
Maybe I had to go knight f1.
Ну, я могла еще и здесь, наверное, пойти так, но опять же, выглядит опасно, но если ничего нету конкретного.
But if there is nothing concrete, maybe had to play like this.
Наверное, это было единственное уже здесь, я не знаю, надо уже смотреть, правда, выглядит,
Может
конечно,
быть, даже
очень плохо.
E4 где-нибудь, там пешку еще
E4,
скинуть,
да,
как
здесь
бы.
выглядит,
То есть
конечно, очень
выглядит,
уже.
да, страшно.
То есть, не знаю, здесь уже что-то я f5 зевнула, и что-то
I missed f5.
мне уже здесь совсем не нравится стала позиция.
And I didn't like my position after this.
То есть опять, может быть, компьютер удержит, но для человека, имея 5 минут на часах до контроля, это
Maybe computer will
маловероятно.
hold it, but for human, when you have 5
Ну
minutes,
да,
it's very
здесь уже,
difficult.
здесь, наверное, уже совсем плохо.
Here it's worse.
Ну, то есть я еще какой-то сначала надеялась, что что-то такое получится.
I was hoping something like this would
Но
happen,
просто я думаю, E3
but e3 and
выигрывает черный.
okay, we have questions. Вопросы?
В Ханты-Мансийске проводится очень много спортивных турниров, вот, не только шахматных. Буквально такие на днях состоится Югорский лыжный марафон, где примут участие олимпийские чемпионы. В том числе, в связи с этим вопрос, следите ли вы, интересуетесь ли вы другими видами спорта? И если немножечко пофантазировать, если бы не шахматы, то каким видом спорта вы бы занимались? Спасибо.
So the question was for players, which kind of sports they also fond of, and if they were not choosing chess before, which sport they would prefer. And there are so many competitions in Khanty-Mansiysk, and soon competition in skiing will start. In skating.
Ski marathon. No, ski marathon.
Okay.
Ну, я слежу, я очень люблю спорт, за спортом слежу, очень радовалась успехам наших олимпийцев на Олимпиаде в Сочи. В принципе, ну, я такой человек, который предпочитает заниматься спортом, а не следить, и я стараюсь, если есть возможность, я достаточно много занимаюсь спортом, различными видами, и бегаю, и плаваю, ну, то есть, в принципе, если у меня есть возможность что-то поделать спортивное, то я с удовольствием это делаю. Насчет других видов спорта, не знаю, так сложно сказать, мечтать можно, но, опять же, это зависит, наверное, от способностей каких-то. В принципе, я достаточно подвижный человек, но так загадывать сложно. В чем бы могло получиться, не знаю.
I was following Olympiad in Sochi, and I was really happy for our players. And but if I have a choice, I prefer not to watch, but take part in some sportive activities. I like to run, I like to swim. So let's say, actually, by the way, I saw Alexandra. She likes to run outside even. Let's say of the hotel. Doesn't go even to gym. I saw you in Geneva running. Is it true? And are you continuing this in Khanty-Mansiysk? А на самом деле я видела Александру, которая бегала в Женеве после партии, и на самом деле продолжает ли она заниматься здесь тоже, вот в Ханты-Мансийске, бегом? Да, на самом деле.
Я также внимательно очень следила за Олимпиадой, болела, переживала за наших спортсменов. В принципе, сама себя тоже считаю достаточно спортивным человеком. Люблю играть в теннис большой, настольный. Ну, то есть пытаюсь как бы заниматься спортом. Ну, так сложно сказать, конечно, какой бы вид спорта удалось. Но, в принципе, вот в большой теннис нравится играть.
Yes, I was also following Olympiad, and I like also different types of sport, also tennis, ping pong. So tennis is my favorite.
А можно в продолжение темы вот так, обеим вопрос? Тут перед вами был турнир претендентов, и к огромной радости журналистов Виштван Ананд заходил в тренажерный зал. Я вам говорю, это фотографии были просто уникальные. Потом он стрелял на биатлонном центре. Это вообще стало просто... А вы не хотите попробовать тоже куда-нибудь здесь сходить? Вот, я думаю, опять же, под прицелы камер и все остальное. И показать, что шахматы это не только, но и действительно спорт.
Но камеры, я думаю, здесь не основное. Стрелять я точно не хочу, потому что вот в чем, но в стрельбе у меня абсолютно никаких талантов нету. Сколько не пробовала, всегда мимо цели. То есть биатлон это, к сожалению, не мой вид спорта, хотя я очень люблю смотреть биатлон. Но на лыжах с удовольствием бы пробежала по биатлонному стадиону кружочек.
На оленях можно тоже.
Я бы также с удовольствием приняла участие. То есть, в принципе, мне интересно все это новое, лыжи интересны, зимние виды спорта. То есть, конечно, с большим бы удовольствием, если была бы такая возможность.
Thank you very much. Спасибо. Game is over, and we have here with us Katerina Lagno and Olga Gira. Katerina Lagno managed to win this game, and Katya, what can you say about this game today? Мы начинаем пресс-конференцию. Партия между Катериной Лагно и Ольгой Гири только что завершилась. Победа Катерины Лагно. Пожалуйста, Катя, тебе слово.
Не знаю, сложная партия была.
Difficult game.
Я не знаю, насколько это выбор варианта хорош. То есть я, скорее всего, действовала неправильно где-то здесь, но я думаю, что в принципе так черным играть очень рискованно. Должно быть, потому что, ну, как бы, насколько я помню, то есть уже если здесь бьют тудецы, ну, может, при меня какие-то старые, может, сейчас что-то новое, я давно за этим не следила.
So my choice today, I'm not sure if it was good or not, but still I think that Black played a little bit risky here. Still I'm not sure because I didn't check what was played last time. But here Black normally takes C6.
Ну, я так, как я помню, может, Оля знает лучше этот вариант, раз она его черными играет.
Вот Оля.
Не, она сейчас достаточно часто ферзь.
Да. Ну, значит, я действительно не следила в последнее время.
So it's quite often Queen takes C6 is were played.
Мне казалось, E5 логично.
So D5 is logical here.
Может быть, здесь надо было, я не знаю, в 4 пойти.
Maybe F4 was possible.
Может быть, так тоже можно.
Maybe it's possible to play like I play.
Я сначала думала пойти 4.
First I thought to play A4.
С идеей, не знаю, там на взятие.
And after Queen E5.
И конь, ну, конь D6, наверное.
D6. Bishop D6. Bishop
Взятие, ну, чтобы эту пешку выиграть.
And take A6 pawn later.
А в последний момент я увидела этот ход.
And then I saw Rook A7 move. Because of pin on S3.
Да, и не знаю, то есть, может, потому что я думаю, если я заберу пешку А6, то она, может быть, пройдет. Может быть, тоже не так, может, там слон C5 в конце, ну, как бы.
Because I thought if I take the pawn on A6, then my A pawn will be strong, maybe she can be promoted later.
Значит, я пошла 2-0, ладья c8. Ну, это все надо, наверное.
I think all this necessary. Castle and rook c8.
Может быть, здесь a4.
Maybe here a4.
Почему я здесь? 4. А, здесь может быть слон. Да, здесь же слон f3.
Here bishop f3.
Да. То есть поэтому я беру.
So I had to take first.
Не знаю, мне казалось так нормально. Ну, f5, наверное, хороший ход.
I think f5 is good move, probably.
Я сначала думала, что... Ну, я его сначала как бы думала, что, скорее всего, у меня все равно будет лучше, но не так просто оказалось. Может, я переоценивала, с другой стороны, я не знаю.
I don't know, maybe I underestimated this move, maybe overestimated, so I didn't know if it was good or not.
Ну, вот здесь мне совсем не нравится, что я сделала. Например, я пошла 4, но это еще полбеды, как бы.
I don't like what I have done here in this position. A4 is okay, but...
Хотя бы сюда пойти.
I should have played knight a2 at least.
Ну, мне так кажется. То есть на конь e7. Ой, извините, что я делала? Конь b1.
Да, я тоже.
Это интересно.
Конь b1 все-таки план какой-то был.
Нет, конечно, конь b1, конь e7 и конь b2. Ну, с идеей, чтобы конь был на c4. То есть, если я успею, я думаю, поставить конь c4.
If I'm in time to put knight on c4.
Может быть, b3.
Ну, все равно, может, ничего особенного. Если конь на d5 станет, то...
Да, ну, допустим, так, да? Так, наверное, надо было. Слон d4. Я не должна отдавать, думаю, слона. А здесь уже конь f4. А может, я вообще не услышала? А, я же поэтому и не пошла, да.
This was actually the reason I didn't play this variation.
Ну, то есть, наверное, не надо было здесь. Или, не знаю, но если я беру здесь, то, наверное, конь f6 здесь...
Ну, слон g5, я думала, как-то. Слон e7.
Слон g5, слон e7.
Думаю, может, ты съешь на f6, что-то у тебя такая была мысль. Не знаю, ну как-то конь e4 потом. Ну,
может быть, наверное, так надо было играть.
А, нет, сейчас какой-то ход я здесь смотрю.
Ну, можно побить.
Ну да.
Но там, правда, ты уходишь на e7. А, и ферзь f3 как-то.
Ну, я на самом деле думала даже, что g в какой-то момент можно съесть. Я не знаю, я где-то... Сейчас, как же я смотрела, что у меня ладья еще на c4 ставилась.
Ну, здесь же не знаю, не уверена. Ну, в общем, может быть, не надо было побить ef, ну или делать что-то, ну, не то, что я сделала, потому что а4, конь e2, ну, конь e7 надо, в черных простая игра. Я здесь не поняла, почему Оля не взяла.
I still don't know why you didn't take here.
То есть, ну, пешка,
if I take with a pawn,
то, наверное, не знаю, ну, наверное, конь d5, просто здесь или слон d4, или слон d2, и просто не дать c4, ферзь c6.
In order to not to give c4.
То есть то, что у меня ничего нет, это точно.
I don't have anything for sure in this position.
У черных совсем простая игра, но слон e7, 2-0, там как бы думать не надо.
Да, я на самом деле подумала, ну сейчас возьму, только подумаю насчет конь c6 и b3. И так как-то думала, и слишком захотелось сыграть.
Здесь был ход конь c3, ну такой на ферзь b2, ферзь a6, но на самом деле конь c6, f4, не знаю.
Ну конь c3 тогда непонятно, ты не ладью, ой, ну как-то смысл-то был, видимо, линию b открыть, а так.
Ну я думала хотя бы, что пешка на d7, может, провисала там после слон e7, ладья d1, ну ладья c7 опять.
Но c3 was also possible with the idea that d7 maybe can be weak sometimes.
Я бы, скорее всего, наверное, так вошла, но я не верю в это как-то.
I don't believe in this position.
Неправильно все это как-то, не знаю. Может быть, все-таки ход в ход я как-то успеваю, но...
Maybe I'm in time.
Это надо смотреть дома. Ну, я побила бы конем, потому что оно бы мне совсем не нравилось. Вот, но конь c6, f4, b3.
Я еще смотрела что-то, этот конь g6, ну тоже бред, конечно.
G6 also not
f4. Ферзь e4, вроде все, идем, c4 висит, b3, конь f5, но здесь слон уходит, и его защитили, и вроде бы непонятно, что я с этой пешкой на e4 делаю.
E4 pawn at the end of the variation.
В общем, куда-то понесло.
Да, можно было, наверное, проще играть.
Проще надо было играть.
Ну, наверное, здесь на самом деле началось... То есть мне кажется, уже я здесь подумала, ну что, вот здесь, наконец-то, сейчас я найду ход.
Here I will find a move now, really good move in this position.
Ну, good это так, это, конечно, просто move. Постараюсь найти move. И, значит, я как-то пошла опять, считая, что...
I played A5, thinking.
Что, ну, вот то, что конь b4 пошла, я не видела, что здесь...
I didn't see knight before.
Что здесь, ну вот, как бы в моих вариантах я подумала, ну ладно, как бы пойду конь g3 и на ферзь c4.
In my variations I was calculating I just queen
То есть,
c4.
если ничего не найду, то есть побью, ладья c1.
And in the worst case I will take on c4, rook c1.
Ну, кстати, там... Ну, и смысл в том, что здесь просто есть ход ферзь c2, который...
Ну да, но я на него смотрела ферзь a4, что-то такое.
Ну, это в каком-то, извините, месте я стою. Так.
Ну да, ферзь c2, конечно, я собиралась ходить, потому что там все-таки...
Ой, не бьется. И, ну, тут как бы спасусь или нет.
But here it's a question if I will survive or not.
Наверное, ну, в общем, мне ладья на 4 не нравилась.
But I didn't like my rook on a4.
Еще конь c2, так что... Вот. Поэтому здесь я не знаю насчет опять. Скорее всего, это не хороший ход.
So here I think a5 was not a good move.
Потому что я пропустила вот этот вот форсированный вариант. И получается... А здесь, наверное, другого хода уже нет. Потому что грозит конь c2.
Now this threat is knight c2.
Ну да, два
there is
хода
no other
всего.
move.
Да, то есть конь d4.
Knight
Ну, здесь был какой-то ладья b8 ход, тоже интересно, я не знаю.
It was interesting to try to play rook b8.
Как бы никакой угрозы так
There is
прямой
no threat,
нет, прямой.
direct threat.
Ну, может, слон
Ладья
c5.
d1 пока.
Какая?
А.
Здесь как-то конь c6.
Rook d1, knight c6.
Ферзь c3, там слон b4.
Queen c3, bishop, possible bishop b4 after.
Может
Ферзь
быть, надо...
d3.
Да, я думаю, что так, но может надо было то и тогда ладью пойти, чтобы на 5 не висело. Потому что тогда бы там взяли на b2, ну там взяли на c6, взяли. И да, вот
Да,
если бы я
слон
пошла
b6.
с ладьей на 1, там...
Да и здесь нормально.
Ну
Just,
да, здесь...
I would just
Здесь
change the
скорее
rooks in this variation. I would put my rook on
Хорошая
the
позиция у белых.
Ну, то есть,
very
если
good position.
ладья f на d1 проходит, то просто как-то оно так стоит очень страшно. Не знаю. Ну, конь d3, наверное, хорошо.
Knight d3 is good.
Ладья f3, g5 тоже надо, потому что у нас слон c5.
Ладья d1.
Просто ладья d1. Ну, как бы тут, наверное, черные даже не могут пешку отыграть, потому что взяли...
Looks like black cannot even get the pawn
А, нет.
back.
Ну, владейник плохой.
Нет, ну могут, да, но... как
They
бы
can,
еще
but rook
хорошо.
game is not good.
Наверное, ладья
Probably.
Ладья d6.
Ну, да, наверное.
Yes, looks like.
Ну, не знаю, говорят, ладейники все ничейные, но этот может быть исключение все-таки, хотя...
They
Ну,
say
или там
that,
же 3, потом...
Не,
как
ну
это-
g5, конечно, сильнее. G5
Look at games
просто...
are
Да, только не
drawn,
стоило,
but
видимо,
drawish,
g4
but
затыкать.
Да, и
different
здесь
case.
Оля очень так уверенно пошла g4. Я
Here
меня немножко
Olga played,
удивила, если честно.
G4.
Ну, то есть,
surprising.
наверное, нормальный ход
Да.
конь в4 просто
I
взять.
think knight d4 was.
То есть я должна
normal
взять.
I would take.
Ну, какая-то сложная позиция, я не знаю, может, мне надо пойти король f1 пока.
And it's kind of complicated position. Maybe I should play king
Но
f1.
здесь, ну,
На
как бы на
e5.
e5 висит, да, но там ферзь b7.
If
Ну,
I was hanging,
Ну, можно слон g7 пока пойти.
ну, то есть я думаю, что, конечно, черные стоят, по идее, должны стоять лучше.
I think black are better here.
Ну, да, ну, просто слон g7, то есть намного лучше даже.
Even I think
То есть, ну, так надо
really
было.
better.
Потому что плюс еще у меня времени меньше было.
And I didn't have much time. At
Но
this moment.
g4 просто, наверное,
Да.
зевок, что... То есть так-то было бы хорошо, если бы не, наверное,
Да,
ферзь
ферзь
h4.
a4.
G4 is a blunder. It would be good, but queen a4.
И как-то вроде бы кажется и ладья g8, и слон e7, и король голый, но лично я не видела ничего здесь.
It looks like my king is weak and rook g8 is coming, bishop e7, but I didn't see any real threat here.
То есть, ну, слон c5 казалось правильно, но только здесь не проходит, к сожалению.
Конь 6. Да. Я долго смотрела, но все плохо
совсем. То есть, если так, то он просто форсированно проиграет. Взять, так, шах сюда и так. И все.
Wins in this variation.
Вот, поэтому, не знаю,
ну, видимо, нужно было слон e7, да, ходить как-то, или...
Слон e7 уже на e6 висит. Там...
Или ладья g8, потом слон e7. Не знаю, ну как-то...
Ну да,
то есть,
наверное,
так.
Где-то. Так, так и так, да?
Угу.
Не знаю, но конь f5.
Ну, конь f5 надо проверить.
Да.
Bishop check knight f5.
Так. Это беспредел на доске, но я думаю, что я должна выиграть.
Looks like mess here, but it looks like I should win this.
e6, слон d4. Ну, должна. Ну, я не знаю, может, как, ну, кажется, нет?
Looks like
выглядело все это.
Ну, вот этот вот там немножко вот засиделся, да. Вот если бы он стоял немного, ну, вот чуть-чуть ближе, а он как-то там
спрятался.
Да, вообще, то есть, где он? Вот, то есть непонятно. Вот здесь уже, как бы, ну, по сравнению с конем f4, вот здесь...
Compared to knight f4 variation.
Белые, как бы, еще ему, может быть, даже лучше стоит.
White are better here.
Слон c5, конь f5. Ну, наверное, правильно уже, да?
Ну, я думаю, просто, я не знаю, я вроде все посмотрела, и все плохо, так что...
Прям все?
Да, все
такой
было...
компьютер, знаете, просто все линии проверил.
I checked all lines here and it looks like...
Так, может, надо было уже так попробовать?
Maybe you should have tried something like this. Queen b7.
Ну, то есть, я не знаю, давайте просто форсированный вариант
Just
проверим.
like this variation.
Сюда. И шах. Сюда. Надо брать, иначе закроюсь. Сюда. Поле f8 защищено. Вот тут как бы мой, ну, такой
вариант закончился,
вариант.
Here my variation.
Но, может быть, зря. То есть, есть такой ход. Ладья f7 грозит.
Maybe rook g7 is possible with
e6 нельзя, шах. То есть, нет, это я считала как бы, что надо будет перепроверить, потому что...
I was calculating this line, but so that I have to check it.
Да.
Before,
здесь был ход b4, кажется.
Before was also possible.
Ну, смысл, что ферзь b4, ферзь d7.
With idea after queen b4, queen d7.
А, правда, что слон b4.
What about bishop b4?
Может, слон b4 можно.
Ну, слон b4 уже можно конь a6 просто пойти, конь g4, может быть.
Ну, если успею, то да. Ну, в общем, как-то... Сейчас, может быть, что-то другое. Ну, в общем, так надо было пойти.
Ну, да,
тем более еще мало времени. Был ход, есть ход, конечно, ладья b3, но как-то не хочется ладья-то. Так хорошо.
Так
хорошо он стоял здесь.
Move my rook from this great square.
Страшно. Ну, что делать? Потому что теперь так. А, вот, теперь так надо пойти.
h6.
Ну и, в общем, как-то... Ну, в общем, если я мат сейчас не получу, то выиграю.
Ладья g6.
If I don't get
что, мат?
Не, ну не мат, ну
then I will win.
Нет, или сначала слон e3, да, потом ладья g6.
Maybe first bishop b3 and then...
на c4.
Да, на c4 просто висит.
Тогда...
c4 is hanging.
Тогда съел все-таки.
Then I take.
Не, ну да. А можешь взять и потом туда, и туда, и
да, что туда,
туда.
куда-то. Или ну, ев тоже можно.
Не, ну в общем ферзь b7 какой-то.
Да, ферзь b7.
А Оля его взяла и перетянула.
Queen c6 was too far. Queen b7.
Ну здесь, наверное, уже безнадежно.
And here it's absolutely winning for white.
Ну просто я веду пешки, то есть
I just move my pawns.
Так. Ну, если взять, то, наверное, просто взять. Ладья 2, теперь А6. Ну, должно быть в игре. Тут еще и D, Е6. В общем, две идут, и проблема в том, как-то, ну, в общем, как-то они быстро идут. Ладья 2. Но мне казалось, что я здесь все правильно посчитала. Может, я не знаю. Но я до конца, как бы, я увидела слон F8, и там в конце, ну, то есть я проверю с компьютером, конечно, но...
Check, of course, with computer.
Нет?
Ну, нет.
Ну,
Но выглядит проигранным уже.
Ну да, то есть так. Ну, если взять, то просто C5. И две пошли, две это много. Вот. А он держи 7 на слон F8, ну...
Katerina, yesterday you said that maybe this first game you, let's say, you tried to explain this failure because of long break. So how did you manage somehow to prepare yourself today? Did you play some blitz maybe? I don't know. How did you try to recover? Вчера Катерина сказала, что вот, может быть, проигрыш можно объяснить тем, что она давно не играла в шахматы, то есть как удалось сегодня как-то собраться и, может быть, каким-то образом вернуть себе форму.
Ну, вы знаете, Настя, не проигрыш, а именно какой проигрыш.
Даже,
то есть,
да.
тут разница в проигрышах тоже есть. Вот вчерашний проигрыш это нехорошо. Вот. Ну, что я постаралась, ну, не первый же год играю в шахматы. Все-таки я себе вот сказала, что первый тур там как-то действительно еще не вошла в турнир, но сегодня, ну, тоже есть как бы момент, который вот мне не нравится. То есть я же не могу сказать, что все прошло идеально. Вот B3 момент, ну то есть опять момент там такой довольно серьезный момент. Тут C4 момент, вот, ну вот эта вся конструкция белыми. То есть мне кажется, ну по идее так не надо играть. Вот, поэтому буду продолжать думать, что из этого.
So let's say it depends how you actually lose the game. I mean, not only that you lose it, but really how it happened. But of course, we don't play chess the first year, and of course, I was trying to recover. But still, if we even look at this game today, I'm not really satisfied with all the moves and decisions. For example, this A5, B3. C4, all this construction doesn't look really nice to me, and I will try to do my best in next rounds. I will try to think what I should improve. Пожалуйста, вопрос.
Каждый турнир — это серьезная психологическая нагрузка. Как вы избавляетесь от нее, как отдыхаете? Может быть, какое-то хобби или там рукоделие, к примеру?
How do you try to get rid of psychological pressure which everybody has during this tournament?
Ну, я не знаю, прогулки долгие помогают, или, например, хорошо здесь есть фитнес, я, правда, еще не была, не ходила, но фитнес, бассейн. Говорят, что нужно умственные нагрузки чередовать с физическими, так что так и справляемся.
So here, I think if you walk a lot, I mean, it can help. Also, I try to go to gym. Here, I haven't done this yet, but probably will do. Some people say that it's better to change from, let's say, brain, what to say, mental work. You should change with physical. You mix with physical, then it can help. So that's how we are trying to deal with it.
Ну, наверное, то же самое, да. В основном, ну, я занимаюсь фитнесом, так что
Fitness helps.
Обычно после партии, да.
After the game, usually.
Можно вопрос? Кать, ну вот на Украине сейчас цветут абрикосы, а у нас здесь лежит снег.
Welcome back for a live coverage of the second round, Women's Grand Prix series in Khanty, Mansiysk. Well, we have still 2 games in progress, and well, one of the games are at our screen, and I just wanted to mention that, well, Antonetta Stefanova was the last to finish yesterday, and today again she has quite a long game. Well, I'm afraid I will not be able to come really backward in this game because, well, it's still not so much time left on the clock, and we have to be focused on what's going on here. So that's current position, and well, you can see what's happening there. So king g2. Well, they cut right before the time control requirements were accomplished. So we've seen this position in h6. So from now on, I'm going to start. So bishop b5 was played, and well, black responded with tricky bishop c3. So now if white would take the bishop after a3, white has no so white has no possibility to stop this pawn. I'm not quite sure if... Okay, bishop c6 is answered with knight e7. That's right. So bishop a4, bishop b2, and despite white being a pawn up, so the black king is coming to e7, the d4 is permanently hanging. So, well, it's sort of a problematic for white to convert her advantage. Stefanova played king g2, king f8, and then, okay, there'd been a possibility to play bishop b3, but then after knight b6, somehow king is coming to e7 and nothing white can do about this. So white decided herself on king f3, king e7, bishop d7, knight b6, and king g4. So this way, if black is going to change on d7 and take this pawn, white is going to play king f5 with some chances to win. So king arrives to g6, then e5 is a dangerous passed pawn. So in this case, it might be a bit dangerous for black. So king g4. So black has to think about about not letting white king to enter, but I'm not sure if black can do this. I mean, in case of g6, bishop h4 is going to follow, bishop h4, g5, and just bishop f2 back. Yeah, in this case it's going to be even harder for black. So now if black takes, white's going to play king h5, simply winning this pawn. So it seems like Stefanova found a nice way to try to play for win. I'm not sure if knight e7, pawn takes d7. If g6, white has e6. Yeah, that's right. So e6, and well, those two pawns are just a bit too much for black to handle. Well, at least it seems so. I mean, yeah, that's right. So in worst case, white's going to play check there and then return, clearly find a way for the king. So after after king g4, it looks, well, white has some chances. White has got some chances. And knight d7, e d7, probably black has to take on d7, and then king f5. Well, it's really not easy for black, as white king becomes very active, and well, I don't know if black can try to do something like that. So king g6, king f8. Well, sort of a fortress for a moment, but white's going to proceed with h-pawn first, putting the pawn on h5 to immobilize this pawn majority. Probably black is just waiting here. h5, king goes there, and then what can be done? Something like king f5, heading to e6, king e7, and well, an e6 then. Yes, so in this case, white seems to be winning. So king is coming to e5, and that's the end of the story. Yeah. So it's well, seems to be dangerous for Shen, this one. Well, maybe I'm coming a little bit back anyway, just to see what happened in this game. So in house, Stefanova managed to overplay her opponent. Knight. Well, I'll come back that far. Yes, and in this position, so probably that's the source of black's inconveniences. So black chose to play knight a6 instead of preserving the bishop with h7, h6. And after g4, bishop g6, white wasn't in a hurry to take the bishop, but instead played a3, rook c1, few preparational moves, knight b8, bishop f1, knight c6, knight d3. This is a bit surprising. I thought this bishop has to be taken, but never happened. Knight d7, knight f4, changing her mind. Like that, and then wait, they were staying on a place a little bit, and queen d7. So maybe this queen d7 wasn't really a lucky move. So queen d7, after queen d7, white takes on g6, plays bishop d3, and there is no bishop g5 available for black. So this is black's problem, but no bishop g5 anymore. Rook c8, and here we are. Yeah, changing all the rooks. f4, then knight c4, knight takes, bishop f2, and yes, we arrive into the position we've seen. f5 now. ef5 is met with queen f3, as far as I can understand. Yes, queen f3, attacking d5, attacking f5. So b4, and from now on we saw what happened there. Queen c2, exchange, and this is how we got to this position. And this is the current situation on the board, with last move being king f3 to g4. So I'm still looking for a way for black to, to create some counterplay, but to attack d4 is hardly realistic. I mean, the knight takes the worst possible spot on b6 to be able to attack d4. So it looks practically forced that black has to take on d7, entering the line we've mentioned. Knight d7, e d7, king d7, and king f5. And this, of course, looks problematic for Rushenina. Okay, once again, as I said, king e7. Well, maybe I just thought maybe white can straightforward just play e5 and e6, and then king e5, winning d5 pawn. Yeah, so even this king e7, well, king g6 still wins, but even straightforward e6 is winning. So all in all, looks like Rushenina misplayed it somewhere. And I'd say I'm not sure about h7, h6, to be honest. I'm not sure about h7, h6. Because after that, she was practically forced to put the knight, well, maybe still not. King f8, king f3, and, well, king e7 is crucial. After king e7, it goes forced, I mean, bishop d7, king g4. Maybe black had something else, but I'm not quite sure if, let's say, after knight e7, if this one is fortress. White is in time to defend on d4, knight f5, king d3, and, well, but maybe it's going to be hard for white. King e7, now this one is hanging on e6. If bishop d7, I don't know if white can make any progress there, because he seems to be tied up to defend d4 pawn. So knight e7 was possibly a better way to handle this position with black. And white has not much to do. So, I mean, white can still try king g4, but in this case, after g6, it's much harder to penetrate the king side. So king e7 might be a crucial mistake here. After bishop d7, knight b6, king g4, I don't see a clear way for black to get out of trouble. Well, and meanwhile, we have another game which is still in progress. Nafisa Muminova against Zhao Xu. So we hadn't paid attention for a while to this game. So it's move 51 already. Well, a lot of things happened there. Muminova is a pawn up, and with all the chances to convert the advantage. Well, I'll step a little bit back here to see what happened. Well, already 30 moves been made since we saw it. So we had this position, I guess, with a5 being the last move. So just quickly tracing what happened. Queen c2, bishop e6. Yeah, bishop e6, I'm not sure about that one. Knight g5, a4, bishop a2. Well, and not sure if black shouldn't kept this bishop. Knight d7, knight d6, fe6. Well, at the moment this bishop on a2 is blocked, but all black's setup lacks mobility, and maybe it was a bit problematic. So rook e1, king goes. ed5, knight f5. Well, I'm not sure what happened. It looks so nice for black. Bishop f8, bishop b1. Again, so nice battery. We had queen on b1 and bishop on c2 a few moves ago, and then it changes to this one. So it continued like that. Queen g5, and that is the moment black drop her pawn on e5. So on knight d7, what's going on knight d7? Still, yeah, knight d7. White would have still taken on e5 because rook on d8 is hanging. So d4, black was forced to play d4, f4, ef4, queen f4, and then this d4 pawn is rather weak, so it falls sooner or later. Queen d5, queen f2, bishop c1, so ensuring the bishop is going to come back to a2, knight g8, bishop a2, bishop e6, bishop b2, so d4 pawn is hanging, and it drops. Bishop e7. Well, I'm not sure if white could have, well, both sides, if they could have done it better some way, but okay, let's concentrate on the position we have now. Rook e8, d4, queen d8, rook e5, fate queen e3, and here we are. Queen f7, queen d4. That's and queen g6 was the last move of Zhao Xu. Well, what can we say? So extra pawn for white, and basically it looks like white is, well, has very good chances to win, but still some practical chances for black, of course. It's not that easy, I would say, not that easy for white to convert the advantage. If white is going to change rooks, then it's always going to be some threat of perpetual. The ideal case for white would be to change queens, actually. Ideal chance for white would be to change queens, because in this case it's I'm practically sure that, well, black will really suffer. I mean, in rook endgame, with this particular pawn structure, is practically always winning for white. But with queens being on the board, it's a little bit tough. Although, I'm still wondering, okay, let's say rook d8, so trying to change something. So queen takes, king goes to h7, and then let's assume white is playing queen d6. So this way white can be 100% sure she will get her pawn to c7. So queen d6, black cannot change on d6, and the only available target is h3 pawn. So let's assume black is giving check, king h2, and somehow attacks a3 pawn. I don't know, queen b3 for instance, c6 takes, c7, and queen c1. Queen c1. Yes, rook d8 was actually played. Queen c1, and I'm not quite sure if this one is winning for white still, because, well, on queen c5, ups, we jumped there, but okay, let's restore it. So king h7. Well, I believe queen d6 is the move Mominova is planning to make. It looks like looks like queen d6. Well, here's the other one actually. Queen d1 followed by queen c1 and then supporting the pawn from behind, which is also seems to be quite a decent attempt. But well, first of all, queen d6, which looks much more forced, and queen is perfectly placed in a center. So check, queen d6 indeed, king h2, queen c, well, queen c1 or queen b3. Here I'm not sure. Let's say queen b3, so c6, taking this one. And maybe white has queen c5 here. Yeah, so this is much more precise, because black now cannot get to f4 even in 2 moves. Yeah, the only possible check now is from f4 square, and black cannot get there even in 2 moves. So queen c5 is winning in this case. Yeah, that's right. So if queen is moved, yeah. So I mean, I don't believe in any perpetual checks here, for instance. This queen, yeah, that's simply winning. So what black is doing is queen g5. She was about to play queen g5 after queen d6, but then she stopped in the very last moment. Well, it's not really different after c6, I have to say. So simply c6, check, king goes there. So that means black cannot really take on a3, but instead is forced to stay with a queen on queen on c1. Okay, queen c2, eventually queen c2, but not really different again. Not really different. White is just moving the pawn forward. White is just moving the pawn forward, yeah. And if black takes on a3, as we said, and this is what Chinese player is planning to do. This is what Chinese player is planning to do. Well, yes, queen c1 was just played. King h2. And, well, now I'm curious what's going to happen, because I fairly believe after queen a3, queen c5, black has nothing to do but just resign, because this pawn is going to be queen in 2 moves. And she takes on a3, and it's really interesting if white, because the only thing white has to do is not to hurry up, because yeah, she still has 16 minutes, and I mean queen c5 is winning, we already discussed that, but after c7, queen c1, it might be a little bit more complicated. Oh no, come on, no complications at all. So it's just check on d3, and then check on d8, and then queen. And well, I don't believe in any perpetual in this case. Check, and king is running away. So sooner or later black's going to run out of checks. So check here. I'll just somewhere, I mean king d1, and this is it. So that means after queen a3, not only queen c5 but c7 as well wins on a spot, and this of course. But queen c5 she plays, and well, it's much more technical work. Queen c5, and we are about to have another game finished here. And well, you can see a sign of understanding what happened on the face of a Chinese player. Yes. It's enough time to look for a resource, but no resources, I'm afraid. No perpetual, no stalemate ideas. This a pawn on a4 is a little bit too far. So no real chance for. And well, so as I said before this round, so Nafisa Muminova, being one of the lowest rated in this tournament, is still dangerous. And if I refer back, I mean those Grand Prix she played. Well, did she play only one, or let me check. So Muminova, yes, she played only one in Tashkent, and this point not scoring very well, but I remember she was winning against Hampi Conero, for instance. So playing against her is really a danger to Elo favorites, and this is just a perfect illustration of that. And those moves like Queen C5, I mean, it's not that easy to spot. Well, I don't know how much it's going to take for Xiaoxu to understand it's hopeless. Well, not a lot. I mean, not a lot Black can do really. No chance at all. I mean, after C7, as we've seen, the game would continue on, as there were a couple of checks here and there. But in this particular position, I mean, it's Queen D3, C7, Queen E4, let's say, threatening a check on F4, and well, apart from just promoting that to a queen, there is Queen C1 as well, I just understood, and then it's only one check, and then White promotes. So once again, might be mistaken, but I don't think Black is going to play any moves anymore. Okay, what Black can do is to wait for a second white queen to appear on c8 and then resign. Well, still some time is left for Xiaoxu to think about her position, but well, don't know if we can switch back to Stefanova with Ushenina game, because I believe it's fairly clear with this one. So I'm coming back to Ushenina with Stefanova, and we'll try to find out if Ushenina managed to find any chance. So King G4, G6 was played, and as we said, White went for Bishop H4 check and then just returned the bishop. Now it looks even more hopeless, and less than 3 minutes left for Ushenina. So now both results seem clear, and after the finish of this round, it's Ho Yifan who's gonna be in a sole lead. Well, Knight C4 was the last move, and Desperate tried to organize counterplay. But I'm not quite sure if Black's going to be in time. So King H5 looks logical, for instance, and on Knight D2, which I believe his move Ushenina is planning to play. Oh well, maybe it's still not that easy. Yeah, so if White takes this one, then it comes to Knight F3. Yes, Knight F3, and it's still not over. Yeah, it's still not over. Yeah, maybe there is a chance for Black. So Knight C4. No, I mean I've just spotted there is Bishop E1, but I'm not sure where it leads. So Bishop D4, it's a check on B4, King D8, and well, it's a question if White's going to promote the pawn. So Bishop goes to A4, E7 is a threat. But then, yeah, Knight E5, King F5, and pawn looks unstoppable. And otherwise, Knight F3, King goes to H5, then to G6, and comes to F7. So maybe on Knight C4, Bishop E1 is an interesting idea. And what I mean, in case of Bishop A3, for instance, well, Black is not really losing immediately, but King H5, and slowly but surely it's going to be finished. So meanwhile, Xiaoxu didn't find any single chance and just resigned exactly after Queen C5. So we have only one game left, and again it's Antoanetta Stefanova as White against she has an advantage, and well, I'm curious if she's going to win this time, or for second consecutive game she'll let her advantage slip. So let's fully concentrate on this one. Well, Knight C4. And well, Stefanova has some 10 minutes to think about what to do next. Well, still I'm wondering if white is playing straightforward king h5, knight d2. I guess it's right, there's no more chance but knight d2. Well, here bishop e1 might be winning as well. Because, I mean, if knight is moved, it's absolutely, I'm absolutely certain after bishop b4 it's going to be winning. So, I mean, knight f3, bishop b4, then just moving the other bishop, and e7 is here. So, king h5, and on knight d2, bishop e1. Yeah, that's a possibility, of course. That's a possibility. If black tries to defend this knight, then okay, white takes h6, knight e4. But this looks hopeless, of course. I mean, there is not much black can do. I mean, black can try to wait, but sooner or later she's going to end up being in a Zugzwang. So king g6, king e7, and maybe like that, king g7. So if king arrives to e7, to f7, it's immediately over. King e7 and king g6, and it's sort of a Zugzwang. Yes, and indeed king h5 was just played. King h5. Anything else black can do? Well, I mean, to try to close this diagonal with bishop c3 appears to be too slow. So white is taking h6, then bishop d2. Now maybe to try to keep it like that, but king g6 and with h4 to follow. Yeah, once again it's practically hopeless. King h5, and well, Shanina's clock is down to 2 minutes and some seconds, and of course tough decisions to make for him. So basically, what is the chance? Perhaps bishop c3 is still the best chance here, because knight d2 seems to lose on a spot after bishop e1. Bishop c3, and white is taking h6, and after knight e4, as I said, sooner or later black's going to be forced into knight e4, and then simply bishop takes, knight takes, king g5, and I don't believe this h-pawn can be stopped. Well, let us try knight e2, pawn is rolling, take, h5, and this is it, right? Black is simply not in time to organize counterplay. King h5, and if, well, if Stefanova wins, that means almost all yesterday's losers took a revenge, and well, Ho Yifan is going to be in a sole lead with 2 out of 2, and only, if I'm not mistaken, only Anna Muzichuk is going to have +1. Well, the rest of the field is going to be on 50% with minus. No, Stefanova is going to be on +1 as well if she wins this. Stefanova is going to be on +1 if she wins this. And it's going to be -1 for a couple of plays. Well, bishop c1 has been played. Okay. Well, bishop c1. Yes, tricky little move. Bishop c1. Then, in case of king h6. Well, why not? Yeah, actually, king h6 is still possible. That's right. g4, king g6, and then g takes h3 is too late because of bishop h4 check, e7 check, and then mate. So bishop c1 is, well, black is pretending she defended the pawn on h6, but in fact the pawn is not defended, and if Antonetta will realize that and just take on h6, she's going to win. So king h6, I don't see any other possibilities for black. Okay, bishop e3 is not really different compared to the line we were discussing. King g5 and h-pawn is rolling. So after king h6, well, still enough time for Stefanova, but you can imagine the pressure. Especially if she's, I mean, not fully confident after yesterday's disappointing results. So she was completely winning yesterday and she still missed it at the very end. So, apart from king h6, I don't know. Well, okay, bishop e1 is maybe less convincing, because here it's bishop d2 is possible, and yes, this one is much harder to prove anything. So king h6 is not only sufficient, but I believe as well maybe the only move. So, but in this case it makes it easier to find. So king h6, just to realize that after g6 g4 king g6 white's gonna have bishop h4 check, and that's basically determines white's success. Well, what else black can do? Yes, and king h6 is just played. King h6 is just played. So, well, Shenina goes for knight e3. And, well, hard to say where this knight is going. And, well, I would recommend, of course, to just to move the king to g6. Yes, as well threatening bishop e1. So king g6 and couple of threats. White has got bishop e1 at the moment, just coming there, and the other one would be h4, g4, h5, and again bishop comes from h4. So king g6 would be very technical move, I'd say. So in case of knight g2, for instance, white is well, knight g2 cages this bishop. No, I thought bishop e1, but well, a nice resource, I have to say. It's a very nice resource Shenina found. I wonder if something else is possible. How about bishop e1 at once? Bishop e1 at once, threatening bishop b4. Well, but then it's knight c2. Well, maybe I was too hasty with my conclusions, and knight e3 seems to be very nice resource. Knight e3, and then after king g6, knight g2. For a moment, black is holding. Not sure if, well, if it's still enough. I mean, after king f5 to win. King f5, possibly black is going to play bishop d2 and then bishop c6. Yes, has to be enough, more or less. Well, still not sure. So bishop d2, maybe, yeah, bishop d2, that's right. And then in case of bishop c6, black has knight h4. Or it's still, no, it's still lost, of course. Take, and white is in time to play king e4. So knight g2, king f5, maybe bishop b2 has to be played instead. So then, but then this pawn is not defended, and might be still the case that bishop c6 wins, because on knight h4 white has king g5, knight f3, king goes somewhere. Well, it's not that easy. Yeah, it's not that easy. King f4, or yeah, there's still some technical difficulties, I'd say. So king f4, for instance, knight d4, and I would like very much to go for the opposite colors, just to simplify things a bit. So bishop takes, bishop d5. But we all know that this h-pawn and light square bishop doesn't win. But it might be very well important that this e-pawn is still present, otherwise black will just gonna run to the corner and give the bishop for an e-pawn. Yes, but it's still not easy for Stefanova, and the way she looks now, I mean, she's really nervous and not quite sure if she's going to win this one. And as I said, Shenina is known to always find some chances here. So anything else White can do? I mean, I don't see much of a difference apart from king g6. So bishop e1, let's say knight c2, then bishop has to move, and if bishop moves to c3, then it's g4, and it might as well turn out that black is winning. Might as well turn out that black is winning here. So knight e3. No, but definitely White has to play king g6. Well, I'm just thought maybe there's anything else I'm missing, but no, not sure. I mean, if not knight g2, then h4 is White's next move. Well, knight f1, but doesn't look like fortress anyway. Yeah, so knight g2 is the best try for White. Then king comes to f5. Well, and if bishop moves, then we concluded bishop c6 wins. So maybe black has to try this check on h4, and after king g6 just come back. Yeah, this is possible actually. This is possible, and then it's going to be all about some zugzwangs. So bishop c8 for instance, bishop d2, but not zugzwangs for black. This is interesting. Ah well, come on, there's a possibility to play king g3. King h5. Yes, she chose another square for her king, king h5. So in case of knight g2, she won't have king f5, but she's planning to play, I believe she's planning to play knight g4. Okay, knight g2 has been just played. Possibly Stefanova is looking to play king g4 then. Yes, then king is returning there. Yeah, still looks winning. Yeah, that's right. King g4. How about this? Check on e3 and come back to f5. Yeah, I have to mention that king g5 is still not possible because of knight d1 and taking on f2. So king g4 looks like the best chance is knight e3, because after bishop d2, for instance, White just plays that, king e2, and okay, it's already 2 pawns, so it has to be winning. Yeah, black has to decide in one of diagonals. Black bishop leaves for a white one. So in case of bishop c3, it's bishop e3. Well, and bishop d2 was the move Shenina just played. Bishop d2, and well, now king f3 simply seems to be winning. So king f3, and in case of knight f4, h4 looks convincing. Is it? Yeah, okay, knight e6, simply bishop takes e6 and h5, and I believe that this has to be enough. Yeah, bishop e3 next move. This has to be enough. So here is the current situation. Then king f3, if knight h4, as we said, king e2, and then bishop e1 or bishop e3. But Stefanova's clock is also, well, bishop c8. Well, not I'd say it means Stefanova cannot see this king f3, or I'm missing something. I'm just wondering if I'm missing something. So bishop c8 was played, but I just wonder if I'm missing something after king f3. Because basically it's two options for black. The one is knight f4, h4. Maybe knight h3 here. Knight h3 attacking the bishop, if h5. Well, there is g4 intermediate, which might be very important. So king goes there, takes, bishop f4. But it still looks lost. Just bishop c8, and it's gonna be a Zugzwang here. If king moves, then just bishop b7. Yeah, so that was winning. Well, okay, bishop d2, bishop c8, and then bishop c1 was played. So this time I really don't see how black is planning to stop white after king f3. Well, bishop g3, this is a bit surprising. I don't know what Stefanova is doing. That doesn't look convincing to me. So now on knight e3, as far as I understand, she's planning to take on g5. Yeah, that's right, but if black just keeps waiting, well, bishop e3 loses to king f3, bishop d2, let's say. Yes, exactly, that was played. Then finally king f3 or what? Still not over. And well, somehow with this time control, it's, well, you are never really in risk to drop a flag, but also it's hard to accumulate some time to, well, to calculate properly, to create a plan. So instead you're just randomly moving here and there and hoping to find a winning setup. So king f3 on knight f4, what I can assure you, on knight f4 white is winning after taking on f4. So, and bishop f4, h4, and then h5, or pawn takes f4. Oh well, no, in this case it's much less clear. Yeah, bishop goes there, h5, bishop takes, and this d pawn is still alive, so it's not really clear. Anyway, never happened. Knight h4 check. Oshanina is moving rather quickly. Somehow this dark square bishop is still caged there. So king e2. Well, it's going to be difficult. I mean, it's bishop c3, and somehow white's bishop still cannot escape from a cage. King d3, bishop moves somewhere, and on bishop f2, black has knight f5. Still hard to make progress. Ah well, now bishop b7 is winning. Yeah, that's a nice touch. But maybe knight f3. Oh, bishop a5 was played, so king e2, bishop a5. Yeah, still not easy. But okay, bishop f2 threatening bishop e3. How to react on that one? Keeping in mind the fact that knight f5 loses to bishop b7. Yeah, this seems to be crucial. Knight f bishop f2, that's right. So bishop e3 is the threat. Well, has to be winning, but still Oshanina is, I mean, yeah, Stefanova is so unsure about what she's doing. Bishop b4, but okay, this time bishop e3 just should finish the game. Bishop e3, and well, it's all over now, I believe. It's all over now. So bishop, so pawn on g5 is falling. Well, king d8. After king d8, white has actually few options, and maybe the easiest one being not even taking g5 but just playing bishop b7 and thinking much, let's say, much more tasty pawn. While bishop e3, knight f5 was played, and I mean Sushenina is still fighting, but don't see her being successful here. Check, king. Well, it's already 3 pawns for white. It's already 3 pawns for white. King f8, I believe. Yes, d4 is easily defendable. Well, I mean, now white can do whatever she wants. She can go for opposite colors, for instance. She can just play king d3, what she did. So, well, should be no problem at all. So they reached move 60. So Antoanetta is asking for another score sheet. So she's not expecting her opponent to resign, and that's of course understandable, because those two are principal rivals. Those two are principal rivals. Well, they were playing in a final here. So, king d3, and okay, Ushanina played bishop e1, holding, I mean, trying to hold, but no, she can't do anything. I mean, it's absolutely clear, but still for Stefanova, somehow she's not absolutely comfortable with this position. I don't know why, but I mean, still she feels like she has some problems here. I don't see any of them, but somehow she's not absolutely confident. I would offer to, well, just to play bishop b7, and this seems to be rather convincing to me. The bishop b7, to simplify the things up. d5 is hanging. Of course, knight e7 is met by simple taking and taking d5. If bishop f2, well, what's going on? Bishop b7, that's right. So if bishop f2, well, to simplify things completely, one just can play e7, knight e7 to eliminate this horse, which is a little bit annoying, and then to take on d5, and with 3 pawns, of course, it's very easy win. So bishop b7, bishop f2, but as well bishop takes d5 wins. Yes, and on bishop d4, e7 wins a piece. Yeah, so this one is even easier. This one is even easier. So, well, now I cannot imagine Stefanova not winning this one. But yesterday it looked even more clear. Yesterday it looked even more clear. So, still there is a slight chance maybe. But, well, really cannot imagine what has to happen. What has to happen there? e7, that's right. As I said, just no knights, no surprises, you know. Just to eliminate this knight, and this is going to be an end of a game. Well, still, in imaginary life, I can really assume that somehow black's going to be able to, well, so knight e7, white takes on e7, and bishop d5. In imaginary life, I can imagine. So somehow black is giving the bishop for those 2 central pawns, and in time to get her king to the corner. And that's the only possibility to make it work. But yes, finally they've decided it's enough. And well, that's the end of our last game. Well, the end of today's round, and Ho Yifan is in a sole lead after round 2. So you can see disappointed ex-world champion well, Anna Oshenia and a happy ex-world champion Antonetta Stefanova. So we have a lot of ex-world champions here. So Hoyif won in a sole lead. And well, perhaps in few minutes we're going to be back for a press conference of those two, Antonetta Stefanova and Anna Oshenia. And well, I have to say bye-bye for today and come tomorrow. So 3 o'clock local time, we're gonna have round 3. So good luck everyone and watch us live. Come back tomorrow.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we start our last press conference for today, second round of Women Grand Prix in Khanty Mansiysk, and the game between Antonetta Stefanova and Anna Oshenia just finished in favor of Antonetta Stefanova. Дорогие дамы и господа, мы начинаем нашу последнюю пресс-конференцию. Вот последняя партия второго тура закончилась между Антонеттой Стефановой и Анной Ушениной. So, Antonetta, you played with white. Can you please tell what happened today? Very long game, but just
yes,
moments.
Like yesterday. I think first key moment was somewhere here, because normally in this position, white tries to take with the bishop and then play knight f4, but I just couldn't make it work somehow because bishop takes d4. I don't know, knight b5. And now if I...
момент наступил где-то здесь, вот в этот момент обычно нужно бить слон d4, вот, но я никак не могла понять, как это тут работает, конь b5 после этого.
And okay, I should go back probably.
Нужно идти назад.
And then it's somehow difficult to play knight f4 because bishop takes f3 and my pawn on e5 is hanging.
И сложно сыграть конь f4, потому что слон f3 и пешка на e5 висит.
And let's say black just plays a4 and I could not understand what I should do here.
То есть вот черный играет a4, и я не могла понять, что на самом деле здесь делать.
And that's why I decided to take with a pawn.
Поэтому взяла пешкой.
And okay, after that I think it's in general it's quite unclear. I mean, almost the whole game, the position with mutual chances. I think. Okay, just a normal position. Even at some point, I don't know, we were playing all these things. Okay, this a4. I'm not sure if I expected a4.
Не совсем ожидала a4.
But I think black's plan is actually very good. Rook c1, knight b8. Okay, it's usual maneuver in such positions, but
обычный маневр в этих позициях.
Okay, I was always thinking to take on g6, not to take and play f4, but somehow I was thinking, okay, it's better to keep this knight, not to give counterplay, because she would take f, take g6, and then bishop g5 or g5. So.
Потому что может побить на g6 уже пешка f, и какая-то контр-игра появляется, слон g5.
So after, okay, here I was thinking for a very long time.
Здесь я думала довольно долго.
And okay, yes, I mean, I played knight d3, knight d7, and then I didn't find anything better than to come back.
Не нашла ничего лучше, чтобы вернуться.
And then, okay, but I'm not sure if black here can play maybe queen b6.
Может быть, черные могут пойти ферзь по 6.
Yeah, but just it was time travel, and it was very difficult to make such a decision.
Но
Yeah?
это был цветнот, и сложно было сделать
And
принять такое решение.
but okay, that's why I decided not to repeat, because I was not sure about Queen D6, and I thought, okay, it's better to play something else maybe.
Поэтому я решила не повторять, потому что не была уверена, что происходит после ферзь b6, и сыграла что-то другое.
And okay, knight f3, knight a5, I was okay, also thinking that maybe these are best moves for black, I don't know. But after Queen d7, somehow I started feeling good, because I have time to take and finally play bishop d3, because I was all the time thinking where to put my bishop. And okay, when I managed to put it on d3, I was feeling better already, because okay, I always have these ideas with f4, f5, or if I have time, maybe even h4, h5. So.
То есть после ферзь d7, в принципе, мне позиция нравилась, потому что я успела забрать все-таки на g6 и поставить слона на d3. Здесь я уже хочу провести f4, где-то f5.
And okay, what we played, I think here was kind of normal. Rook c8, because okay, Anna, she has to organize counterplay with knight c4, otherwise I'm just becoming better with f4.
Ане нужно здесь как-то организовать контр-игру, где-то с конь c4, иначе просто у меня здесь будет лучше.
But actually, okay, I'm not sure who is better in this position.
Я не уверена, кто здесь
I think it's just about equal, probably.
Наверное, что такое равенство.
But okay, there are some motives already with the structures and.
Какие-то мотивы, связанные с структурой.
And okay, also I think in time travel it's easier to play with white this position, just push it for
такое чувство, что белым легче играть в этой позиции.
And okay, here I was thinking to play maybe queen f1, rook c1, queen c1, queen c6 maybe. So in any case I cannot hold the line, so I said okay, better just to take it once and play.
В любом случае я не могу держать эту линию c, ферзь f1 была альтернативой, поэтому я все-таки решила побить, пойти f4.
And okay, all this I thought was normal. Just
это было правильно.
Here I thought okay, before I didn't think about it. I was thinking okay, take.
P4 я не рассматривала, думала только взятие.
Queen f3, knight takes, queen takes, king h8, probably, and something like this. And this I was not sure how is this position, because also black has some perpetuals if they want, and also this pawn can become very dangerous. So.
Я не уверена насчет этой позиции, потому что у черных, во-первых, есть шансы поставить вечный шах, и пешка А может быть стать тоже на самом деле опасной.
So, I mean, it's very difficult to.
Очень сложно.
I mean, I think this is for computer to evaluate, because we had so few seconds here that I was really not sure what's going on. But okay, I was thinking that okay, probably it's still about equal. Maybe I'm completely wrong. I don't know. But,
я все равно чувствовала, что где-то около равенства здесь.
Не
видела форсированной победы ни за кого здесь.
Before, okay, here I was planning to play f6 first.
Здесь я думала f6
but then I think it's just losing for white, because I was looking something like this and queen h4. But then of course there is queen g8 check and whatever. So okay, I think I have to take on before.
Поэтому, наверное, нужно брать уже на b4.
Okay, here I don't know. Maybe there is something better. Maybe here f6. I don't know.
Может быть, здесь f6.
But just.
Не уверена, что здесь.
But just I saw that okay, I'm winning a pawn. I said okay, let's just take it, because.
Здесь я видела, что выиграю пешку, решила,
I mean,
надо взять.
normally such positions with the two bishops, you should not care so much about the pawns. You should try to give mate somehow, but you know.
Обычно в позициях с двумя слонами ты не должен как бы заботиться о пешках, как-то нужно ставить мат где-то, но здесь не знаю.
So, I don't know. And here probably it should be a draw somehow.
Yeah.
This endgame.
Такое чувство, что где-то здесь должна быть ничья в этом.
Maybe h6 is not correct.
Может быть, h6 неправильно.
Нет, мне кажется, потом надо сразу конь e7 ходить.
Конь e7,
But h6 you don't need. I don't know. Why
h6 не нужно.
Because okay, I'm not threatening bishop h4 yet.
Я, собственно говоря, ничего не грожу. Здесь слон h4 я не грожу.
But okay, here, I don't know. I thought that I should take this pawn on a4 as soon as possible.
But why you think it's draw? I mean, you have pawn up to bishops. I mean, what,
yes, but okay, it's very little material, and okay, this A and B pawns are going to be changed, and then okay, it's just in one side, so I don't know. I have the feeling that it should be.
На самом деле здесь не так много материала осталось, и пешки А и Б поменяются, то есть такое чувство, что все-таки черные должны держаться в этой позиции.
Okay, I mean, after I didn't win my position yesterday, of course, this looks like complete draw.
После вчерашней моей партии, когда я не выиграла абсолютно выигранную позицию, вот это уже смотрится как абсолютно ничья.
But okay, we start playing, and
ну, мы играли эту позицию.
And okay, like Anna says, maybe 97, but I was not sure how we played here. If what I was thinking. Here, maybe if you just take it.
Наверное, можно было. Maybe you could take this.
And take. King F5. King E7, right? No, it was not king. What I was thinking here? Yes, maybe king E7. But then it's bishop H4 checking in case, yeah? Or not? I was not sure if even this is.
But D4 is hanging.
Okay, no. Basically, I want to play E6 and king E5. If somebody.
В этой позиции хочу пойти E6, король E5, если мне дадут так пойти.
But it's not so easy because okay, E6. If I play here, maybe just king D6.
И здесь, возможно, просто король D6.
And I don't know, bishop G3. Here, and then just G6 or G5.
Здесь G6 или G5.
G6, yeah. Otherwise, bishop F6 and it's winning. But about this position, maybe okay. I'm not sure because okay, I take and then king F5 and then.
Здесь непонятно после король F5, король A6, король F5.
But okay, H4, H5, maybe still winning, yeah? King G4, king G6. No, but what about some check? No, H4? Yeah, maybe I don't get to H5, I'm not sure.
Сразу шах, король
G4. Here, and here. This one. And you mean I come to... But okay, it's some bishop E3 and just taking all my pawns.
Или король H5 заблокировать, maybe knight king H5 to block this.
Maybe, but then how do I go out from here?
I
She
mean,
just stays and
just last variation instead of... Okay, just before.
I don't know. Where?
So we're here, just king H5 somewhere. In the last, bishop F6.
No, but okay, bishop E3 is enough.
Also
I think just bishop takes D4 and king takes
correct.
H4. I know this. Without pawns it's difficult to win, so...
Здесь уже без пешек выиграть сложно.
So I was thinking, I don't know, maybe it's winning somehow, Anna. But in any case, I thought that if there is a draw, it should be here because after with the pawn on G5, I was thinking that it should be easier somehow, but maybe not because how Anna played with knight C4.
Я чувствовала, что если тут где-то ничья, то она должна была быть где-то вот в этих вариантах. Потому что вот здесь уже.
But actually, I missed completely this idea with knight c4. Maybe it's still a draw.
Я абсолютно пропустила идею с конь c4. Может быть, тут до сих пор ничья.
And then I could not understand in which point I should play bishop e1 and try to give check on b4.
И здесь я не знаю, в какой момент надо ходить слон e1.
Okay, now I cannot because d4 is hanging. But,
здесь нельзя, потому что d4 пешка висит.
Okay, I took the pawn. It looks normal, yes, but here somehow I wanted to play bishop e1.
Здесь хотела пойти слон e1.
But then it's knight c2, right?
Ну да. Здесь конь c2.
And then some nice variations. If I try to play something like this, it's just g4 and probably I'm even losing. Yes?
Здесь интересный вариант, что если я попробую пойти слон a5, здесь после g4 можно еще проиграть.
g3 probably, and okay, I cannot give check on time. Okay, just g2 and that's it. So okay, I mean I think I have to play, but I was not sure here, you know, if I go to G6 or H5. I was not sure.
Я не была уверена, как ходить здесь, ходить на G6, H5.
I just decided to be a bit more practical today and try to play a bit faster and just give some normal moves and
Я решила играть более практично сегодня,
get some
быстрее.
1-2 minutes and then think about it.
Получить немножко времени и подумать о позиции.
I don't know actually if black can hold this because it looks like I cannot break, but it's not so easy to hold with black as well. I don't know.
То есть тут сложно вроде как и держать черными, но при этом я особо не видела, как я тут могу
Because okay,
прорваться.
here there is no knight f4 because I just take and I create another pass pawn.
Конь f4 невозможно, я бью их, и получается еще одна проходная пешка.
So I really don't know if here there is a draw or not.
Я не знаю, есть тут ничья или нет. Анна, что ты чувствовала во время этой партии? Какие были вот оценки по ходу? Где момент какой-то?
Ну, мне казалось, что где-то это должно удерживаться. Ну, видимо, я играла не точно, но в конце там вообще зевнула.
I also had feeling it should be holdable somewhere, but in the end I even missed something. So it's hard to say. Есть вопросы?
Question for both of you. After playing, games, after your games now, what do you do to unwind and relax and to sort of just rest in general?
После окончания партии, как вы проводите время, как вы расслабляетесь после тяжелых партий?
Well, for me it depends at what time I finish because if there is time I like to go to the gym and swimming pool and sauna and so on. But if not, then it's just dinner, some coffee, or watching a movie, just trying to really take my mind off the game.
На самом деле все зависит от времени, когда я заканчиваю партию. Если есть еще время, то тогда я еще могу успеть в тренажерный зал. Ну, а, конечно, когда длинная партия, то тогда уже ужин, кофе, просто просмотр фильма. Аня?
Ну, я, в принципе, то же самое.
I have the same plan. If you continue playing like this, maybe no gym for whole event.
Yes, it looks like. Or no dinner.
Or no dinner, depends.
Можно вопрос? Ну, естественно, мы хотим поздравить Антуанетту с красивой победой. Это действительно была красивая партия. И, Ане, сказать такое, как бы на утешение, что на памятном для вас чемпионате мира здесь, в Ханты-Мансийске, вас обыграла один раз именно Антуанетта, вы помните. Но чем закончилось, вы помните тоже, да? Ну, надеемся, что так же будет и здесь. Вот. И второй вопрос. Вернее, теперь вопрос. Дело в том, что год назад у нас проходил здесь чемпионат мира по блицу и рапиду. Но там не было ни одного короля шахматного. Тогда не приехали они. А вы планируете участвовать или нет? Вы, кстати, естественно.
Да.
Да, в принципе, планируем.
Ну, на самом деле, вы не правы. Вот, например, играл там Руслан Пономарев, если не ошибаюсь, бывший чемпион мира. Так что, все-таки давайте не забывать, что всех чемпионов. And more questions? No questions. So let's let girls to go dressed.
Thank you.